their defense is going to be, given the fact. Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline?
Do you have any idea what the defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense? Taking away their defense.
Like, am I in crazy? 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 Like, am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
The following account contains details of sexual violence that could be distressing. Please take care while viewing.
August 2019, 59-year-old James Haas of Burnettsville, Indiana, was charged with shooting and killing 62-year-old Richard Mark Hushin in Carroll County, Indiana.
Haas was later found guilty of the murder and received a 55-year sentence. In January 2018, James Haas and Ronald Logan briefly crossed paths while inside the Carroll County Jail, where Haas was awaiting his murder trial and Logan was preparing for his probation hearing later that month. The two men shared a jail cell for 1 week, from approximately January 8th to January 16th. During that time, Haas reported to jail staff several disturbing incidents involving his cellmate, Ron Logan. According to Haas, on at least one occasion, Logan began masturbating on the floor of their shared jail cell, while muttering sexually violent things about the Delphi murder victims, one of whom Logan mentioned by name. Due to Haas's upcoming murder trial, law enforcement at the time dismissed Haas's claims about Logan as an attempt to cut a deal or lessen his own sentence. This assumption, however, was unfounded, as Haas did not withhold any details of the incident from law enforcement, leaving himself nothing to bargain over, and never requested any leniency in return for the information. Law enforcement never followed up on or investigated Haas's claims. Later that same month, Logan was released to serve the remainder of his sentence on home detention.
Well, that was gross. Hey, friends. How's it going? Yes, Jean, the time machine. It's nice to see you. I have not checked my email, by the way. I don't... DB gifted 50 memberships. Soundboard guy. Push the soundboard button. Yay! Thank you, DB. And congratulations to whoever is the recipient of 50 memberships to RNM. What a guy. What an absolute gem. So here's how I think I want to do this today. Boom, boom, boom. All Eyes is going to be premiering a video that I would like all of us to watch together somehow. I don't know how, but apparently DB knows how. And he's going to figure out how to get that set up for us. What DB doesn't know is he's actually gotten like 3 or 4 streams demonetized, but that's okay. We don't care about that. We're just happy to be here. So this is Boone. Say hello, Boone. Like clockwork, I'm not going to leave y'all like right this second, but like clockwork, as soon as I log on, what happens. Here's what I would like to talk about today. I intended on finishing up some timeline stuff, but then we got a couple filings, and I want to talk about those because I could talk about the subject matter in the filings literally all day and night. So that's what we're going to do. I could go all day, as Dick McClellan would say. So I guess, DB, how do you think I should? I know. It's really cute. How do you think I should do this, DB? Lurkers. DB, did you get paid by Chipotle? Is that why? We've talked about you blowing all of your Chipotle paychecks on gifting memberships to women on the internet. We've talked about that. New motion filed. What up, party people? Says Fiend Weircat. Hey, Criminal Network, I see you. You are perceived. Hi, Jojo. Hello, my fellow chatterinos. I'm here for you, chat. Are you here for me? Like it like that. This woman here. Woman is here. I'll be there for you. I got a YouTube. Love that. So good. Hey, Jack. Hi, Teary. Hello, Tammy. Curious Luke likes the openers. Good, I'm glad. Hello, Jen. Hello. Oops. Hello, Modang. Does anyone know when the eggplant got to be the official sponsor of the penis? What emoji? Yeah, because it's, I don't know, I feel like there are better vegetables that would be more representative, more accurate. Another live I made. Hey, Regina, go you. Hi, Heather Brown. You didn't reply to my email. I know, I haven't checked it yet. I'm so sorry. But I will. Haas, huh? Yeah, we're going to talk about James Haas. Distressing is right. Yeah, it's very distressing. Hi, good Baudette. Gina. DB says, wow, I sound different in this video. Hi, Missy's Angels. Did they make Haas clean up after himself? I don't know. Ron Logan was jacking off in the cell talking about the murders. Yes, he was. You heard that correctly. And now we know he was set to testify. Yep. He was a deviant. This is true. Hi, Judy. Nice to see you. Hello, Just Deb. Deeb's High Roller. Hey, Truth and Transparency. Welcome. We have some cool stuff to talk about. Oh my gosh, Criminal Network. Old people do it until they are in the ground. Is one thing that they doesn't stop most of the time when you get old. What else? What else? Chris. Hi, Chris. Lana says, thanks for my membership, Deebs. Hey, Stephen Curry. Hammy. Electric Bearcat Truther Network. That's what I call it. Reveal. Hey, Four Pits. Yeah, switch to all. Make sure you're in all messages and not top chat. Hey, Chelsea. Chelsea likes the blue lighting. Yeah, thanks. Gina, it's okay because I'm going to end up having to do the same, but not before. Hi, Judge Jessica. Hello, LD. Hello, Donnie. Hello, Polygraph. Hello, Precascent. Oh my gosh, a lot of our friends that I feel like I haven't seen some of you in a while. Rosy-colored glasses. Hi, R&M. Check out our friend who has her doctorate in checking the state in many cases, truth and transparency. Please hit that link, hit that subscribe. I'll wait. Okay. Ems is here. KJ is here. Old people have the highest rates of STD transmission of any demographic. That is true. And when you're in like a communal living facility, it's like exponentially higher. It's, you know, birds and the bees. Yep. Yo, welcome to those who have received their gift. I know I drop you guys the gift on me being here every night, but also take this gift. Yeah, DB is the gift, as if we didn't know that already. But if you did get a membership, cool. That's awesome. We're going to do some cool member stuff. Hello, Moth and DB. Hello, Christine DC. I'm glad you're here. Hi, Estrella. Truth and Transparency is ready to bring havoc to Delphi. She is partnering up with us and everybody here, and we're gonna get some information. We're gonna get some fucking answers. Is what's gonna happen. We're gonna get some answers. Hi, Christine Beck. And hello, Missy. Okay. DB, what do you think I should do? I don't want to like start anything too much because we know what happens when I get like when I stop in the middle of something, it never comes back. So I could do this a couple ways. I don't know how I'm going to do it. We have some new filings. Hey, boss.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? What you doing? Does your shirt say emergency or your hat say emergency management? It does. That's amazing.
How y'all doing? What were you
Pretty
asking?
good. Hi. I said, does your hat say emergency management? It's really cool.
Yeah, you out of emergency management.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I just Is it in bad taste to make fun of a grown man crying on the internet? I don't know. But I do tend to have bad taste on occasion.
That's the best. If you're going to make fun of anybody for crying on the internet, it should probably be a grown man. You know, I feel
And
like
they should be a public servant.
Yes, a public servant.
For an overreaching
history
state that likes to bear the weight of the entire government on indigent defendants.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I have to take the dog out, y'all. I'm so sorry. He didn't.
Oh my God.
Okay, he didn't alert me. So okay. Well, I wanted to ask you because what we could do. I don't know if you were able to. If you and All Eyes had decided when she's going to be premiering her exciting. Do you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, All Eyes as an entity, independent, but I will confirm with Miss All Eyes when she messaged me back.
Oh, okay. She left you on red, huh?
We'll see. I mean, we'll just make it. We just won't stream it here, and we'll give the link. And
I think that I can take. Can't I just stream it out on my phone and take it with me and like? Right? I think I can do that.
Go ahead. Yeah, do a mobile stream while you're walking.
Okay.
The kids are doing that, I heard.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute. You entertain the masses for 2 seconds while I do that.
Hello to the masses, you wonderful people. This person that I'm nervous that's actually here listening to us because they're huge. If we can get a witness order list, it would help my prep for notes. Do you think we can get that kind of info, or am I going to have to hit up my super sources to get those leaks? Well, can we make a list? Yes. We have some of the finest list makers of all time in this community. Really, this community should be studied. The people who are in this chat should be studied for the intersection of the ability to retain information and recall information somewhere on the spectrum of incredible to way above average. I don't want to say the A word because it's it's a little bit overused these days. Say positively neurodivergent. We have the touches of a couple different abnormalities that all happen to seem to line up in unison. So we have some lists. There we go. Elodie said it. I'm not going to say it. Luke said it. I mean, put a 1 in the chat if you've felt that you've organized the list very well and you sometimes don't necessarily love social situations unless it's very specifically tailored to the things that you're interested in. Small talk about Timmy's baseball game, you're staring at the wall. Anybody want to talk about a very specific crime? The details of such specific crime and the inner workings of every single possible situation about said crime. Like I said the other day when I was getting strep throat tested, I had a swab in my throat. The doctor said, "Can you open your mouth a little bit more?" And I said, "Do you work for Nick McClellan?" Yeah. And then they gave me the wrong antibiotics, and then I realized they for fucking sure work for Nick McClellan. Yes, and small talk, I'm uncomfortable just thinking about the fucking ask me about my special interest. Yes. How about you ask me about my ADHD stack, dude? Yo, what's your stack? I'm rolling Vyvanse and Red Bull Zero Sugar. That's how I do true crime. I bust open a Red Bull Zero, hit the legally prescribed Vyvanse, and, get it rolling. That's horrifying. Also, woman, I forgot to, I'm going to just do it right here. Just bear with me, guys. This is a personal conversation. Everyone just plug their ears. So, you know how I got the antibiotics, right? Well, I started feeling better and I stopped taking them. Is that a good thing or not? I don't know. Anyways, back to the topic. Is anyone here to attack the timeline? You're not here to attack the timeline, or was that the personal conversation thing that I just had in front of everybody? Torsal, always stop taking antibiotics as soon as you feel better. True. That makes sense. Also, talk to the cops. They're probably fine. They probably don't have anything against you. Tell the truth. T. Do you mind that when people call you Lana? I've always referred to you as Lana because it's what you go by, or you prefer truth and transparency, let me know. Kudos to all the amazing people that put all the Delphi docs together. Must give amazing props to all that work. Yes. And we have 4 of the top Delphi librarians in no particular order that are in this community. Number one, actually, no particular order, but this is the first one I'm going to say. 1 doesn't mean that. Oh my God, is it a Boone? Is this Boone Cam?
Hi.
Okay, hi. I was just going over the Delphi librarians.
Okay.
No particular order.
Okay.
We have
Oh my God.
Sleuthy Goosey, the original, the archiver of all things.
OG.
And then shortly after that, I think Yellow Jacket came along. If you guys don't know who Yellow Jacket is, I'm sure you do.
They know.
Yeah. The first trap and the dock trap, really. Yeah. And then number 3. I say 4. Then All Eyes. Who's the 4th librarian? I forgot. There is one. No offense, Ange.
I don't think anyone here is under any impression that I'm a librarian. I don't. That's not my strong suit.
She's more of a. She's more of like the person who cuts the ransom note out of the magazine, kind of a collector. More of a copy paster.
What?
Yeah.
Like Charlie Day.
Yeah. Yeah. All Eyes is on in 30 minutes. Is she going live in 30 minutes, or is it just her? Is it just the video preview? Because if it's the video preview, we're gonna go.
Yeah, it's the preview.
We're gonna send everybody over there to the video.
Yeah.
And we're not going to stream it over here. So you guys all give lots of views.
Yes,
And then
please.
refresh it 3 times. I didn't say that.
4 times. 5 times.
This is very true. Torsol said, Ange is a passion spreader. Wait, does that sound wrong? You're not a librarian, but you are a proliferator of the things that librarians catalog. And you're often first person with a lot of the information, but the people kind of, aren't maybe as frantic.
Oh, that's fair. Frantic and excitable, perhaps. I've been told I'm polemic.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, come on.
How's the weather out there? How's the moon doing?
It's really cold. He's okay. We're just doing our walk.
No,
hey, so I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go.
Nope, you go.
Okay, I was wondering, and we don't have to get into this too much, but is Boone any relation to Sarah Boone?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yeah, former ex-husband.
Wow.
He says we don't have to get into this. I'm like preparing for like a
Wait, so former ex-husband. So they're remarried?
Yeah, yep. They remarried while she's been in jail. Isn't that sweet?
Oh my God.
This might be our dumbest. This might surpass.
It was like I've lived with a kind of a spicy character. I've lived with somebody a little high energy. I think Sarah Boone and I will get along just fine.
My God. Can you imagine that? Talk about a difficult person. I think that that trial will be interesting. I think it will be streamed too. I'm pretty sure. Isn't it next week?
Yep, it's next week. It's gonna be great. No, I'm just kidding. It's not next week, I don't think. I think the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen is next week.
Both next week. It was supposed to be this week, and they decided to continue it because of the hurricane.
Oh wow, yeah. Shout out to all the people that are struggling right now with that.
Shout out Milton.
Doing okay?
Mm-hmm.
Get the fuck up out of there if you can. I understand it's not a option for many people or all people.
Yeah. Yep.
If you guys, oh no, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No,
I'm a little delayed. I can't. Well, because once I ask you this question, it'll probably your answer might be. So I want you to finish your thought first, and then I'll ask you.
Okay, so I just want to say to all the people 6-7 months ago that laughed at me, laughed in my face, cackled when I said, don't compare the PCA against Brian Kohlberger to this PCA.
God.
And I don't want to hear what woman doing whatever the fuck's got to say about that. But a legend, Truth and Transparency, has been on the front lines for months. We're really since the crime happened, but for months talking about, hey, the PCA just don't make sense. Even when people were very, oh my God, he has weird eyes and he's funny looking, and oh my God, he posted on Reddit a survey.
When you got former FBI agents sharing fucking. Oh my God, sorry. I forgot about all that.
FBI agents, aka Twitter's new version of Live Leak. If you freaking watch people have beaten to death, go check out.
Especially children. If you haven't been disturbed enough today and you want to see some light child abuse, that's the place to find it.
Terrible. If you wanna watch just abhorrent videos and even I want to say more abhorrent, but kind of the same type of takes, just awful true crime takes, check her out.
It's almost like I feel this way about certain entities. that person being one of them. Like any take that I feel like there's like a theme to, we all lean one way or another, more or less. All of the takes that I have, like with certainty, hers will be the polar opposite, you know? Or like if there's like a consensus, a moral even consensus among like the public, rest assured, she will dissent. And she'll do so boldly, and she'll do so with
She's
a lot of
reactionary.
typos. Yeah.
Yeah, she did a typo. One of the funniest things that she ever did was she posted not only did she post the Google Trends that were just all wrong about Brian Kohlberger, completely misinterpreted them, and then she went on News Nation and talked about it. Oh, it was fucking incredible.
Yeah, News Nation's great. If you have a pulse, pretty much, you can get a spot, which is cool.
Oh
you know?
yeah, well, not even a pulse. I think you can be pulseless, and the test is they just hold a mirror up to your face, and if it fogs up a little bit, they're like, "Yeah, get on here, dude."
Yeah, they're like, you're our new correspondent.
News Nation, you should be fucking ashamed of yourselves.
Oh God, we're making friends today already in this live. So I have a question. I don't know. I assume that you will know the answer because you will. But I was seeing a lot of posts, and even in lives that I was watching before this live, talking about the recent transport orders filed by Richard Allen's defense team. And those transport orders were requesting the transport of 4 convicted individuals in Indiana, 3 of which have some tangential or closer than tangential connection to the Delphi case in some way, and 1 not on. There's no obvious one, but when it comes to Ronald Logan, who obviously is deceased, so he's not being transported, but somebody connected to him is. You have Ronald Logan, Kagan Klein, who are both motion and limine out in terms of talking about them as third-party suspects, right?
Correct. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was seeing a lot of people say, well, why are they listing Kagan and why are they bringing in James Haas? Because they're not allowed to talk about them. They're not allowed to present, or they're not allowed to be witnesses. They're not allowed to talk about them. They can't even mention them or name them. It's not necessarily the case, right?
Yeah, so the order that Judge Gold gave back when she made the decision on the motion to eliminate, she said that she's going to exclude the direct third party guilt theory. Is that a train? Dude,
Yeah.
our chat loves trains. Let me
I
tell you
know. I know it.
You put a 1 in the chat if you've had the occasion to look up some train videos on the internet. And put a 2 in the chat if you're more of a air raid siren defense video type of individual. I find myself more in the air raid alarm type of spectrum, but Curious Luke is a 2. That's obvious. Lots of 1s going in here.
I can't see the chat. Is it just all, are we getting just flooded
Lots
with
of 1 to
ones?
2. Taryn Dusty is a 2.
Uh-huh.
Mudang, the homie, is a 2.
LD is Nor. I just pulled it up. Oh, I figured out how to do this. Okay.
Okay, so the
Lana would know. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so they have to have an offer of proof at trial, which means that when it is necessary or when it is appropriate, they're going to make a detailed argument about, the people who, or the things that have been in a motion to eliminate, but they're going to argue the relevance of it and the admissibility of it, and the weight. They're going to actually present the evidence that's going to go to the weight of the evidence and not necessarily automatically admissible.
Right. Well, so what if they want to talk about something other than third-party suspects?
Ooh, you mean like a timeline?
Among other things.
You're a little quiet. The train got her. Damn, dude.
Sorry, hold on 1 second. I'm about to come back inside, so
Please do.
Okay.
Let's see if I think I'm gonna play this real quick. It may have something to do with what's going on.
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline?
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge is basically taking away their defense? Taking away their defense.
Like, am I in crazy? Am I in crazy? Like, am I in crazy? Like, am I in crazy? Like, am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
We're in the K-hole. And we're in the wormhole. People say, we're in a rabbit hole. No, this is a fucking wormhole at this point.
White sky.
Oh, that I might have just did another demonetize.
I'm so back. I'm back. I'm back. Hi. Thank you so much, DB, for being the wind beneath my wings. Me and Boone both. We thank you. All right. So, thank you, DB. Here's what I want to show y'all. The question that I raised was, given that third-party suspects, the ones named in the motion in limine, there were a lot of them, have been liminated out, aka the defense cannot present them as third-party suspects, can't look at them, can't name them, don't talk about them, fine. So why might at least one of them, Kagan Klein, potentially be requested to be transported to the trial as a defense witness? What's that about? And the question I asked DB was, well, what if they are requesting these individuals to testify as it relates to something other than their third party or, alleged or purported or possible third party involvement? What if it has something entirely different, like it's to do with something entirely different? So LD says they can do offer of proof, which is 100%, and they should, and I imagine they shall, and they will. But I have another. I'm thinking of another possibility, and I don't know if this is a thing or not. But so this is a great comment. Truth and Transparency says, for the record, they just can't be mentioned during their case in chief as a defense, but that doesn't mean they can't be said or mentioned. You can you can name them in a lot of different ways, and 100%. And I think that a good example of that is probably for anyone who watched the Karen Reed case. Judge Bev also excluded third-party suspects, as like she also prohibited them from using that as their defense. But that's not to say, I mean, a lot of that still came in various ways. So here's one possibility. So there were 4 inmates listed: Kagan Klein, Richie White, right? I want to say. I might be getting that one wrong because I don't know much about him. Very, very briefly before this live, I kind of looked into it. James Brian Chadwell, who we actually talked about 2 days ago. Very scary dude. And the 4th one is a man named James Haas. He was the subject of the very short video clip that we watched in the beginning, who made statements to to law enforcement, to reporters, to the public, to anyone who would listen. But first, he went directly to the police, law enforcement in the Carroll County jail where he was incarcerated at the time, waiting for his trial. And he told them, this is what Ron Logan just told me, and this is what he did, and this is what he's saying. And so that's one aspect to James Haas. And a lot of people were questioning, well, but Ron Logan is Limine out. Right. But what if it has nothing to do with Ron Logan? What if the reason they want to talk to James Haas or have him as a witness is because there's another connection that has nothing to do with Ron Logan? So February 2018, good solid police investigation leads to a guilty verdict for James Haas. Fiend, that's literally probably it. I think that's the most likely thing. Actually, I think that we have that case. So we will, thank you, Fiend, brilliant. If you want to come on later, I would love it. But let's read this. Carroll County chalked up a murder when Richard Hutchin of Deer Creek was found dead in his home from 2 .22 caliber gunshot wounds to the head on August 10th. County dispatch received a call that day at 10:48 a.m. from Hutchin's former sister and current fiance, Tracy Hutchin. The couple had previously been married for 17 years. County Deputy Mitchell Catrone was first on the scene from the Sheriff's Department shortly after the 911 call was received. He was joined by Detective Tony Liggett before 1 p.m. Detective Kevin Hammond joined Liggett around 4 p.m. that day. A suspect, James Haas, was identified, found, and interviewed. Tracy Hutchin said that she had ended a relationship with Haas before her former husband was killed. Haas's brother came forward August 11th and told Liggett that he had been approached by Haas to help him kill Hutchin. According to police reports, Haas tried to make the crime scene look like a robbery gone bad and had stolen some jewelry from the home. The jewelry was found by a county resident along with a coat which contained 2 spent shell casings and a live bullet in or near the Wabash River at French Post Park on August 19th. A second community member found a 2-shot .22 caliber Derringer in Rock Creek, where it runs into the Wabash River, also at French Post Park, the day after the murder. He turned the items in on August 28th after he read about the murder in the Carroll County Comet and said he wondered if what he found had anything to do with the crime. Hutchin was shot twice with .22 caliber bullets. Liggett told the Comet on Monday the shell casings found matched the bullets taken from Hutchin's body. Haas's stepsister said he admitted to her that he had committed the crime. Haas also tried to recruit someone he knew in Tennessee to help him kill Hutchin. Liggett drove to the Tennessee location to verify the allegation. Liggett said that there were no surprises at the trial, which began with jury selection on Monday, January 29th, and concluded on Friday, February 2nd with a murder conviction. So that's 29, 30, 31, 1, 2, 5 days, 1 week for that trial. That's pretty short. Hammond reported Haas lawyered up the day that he was arrested on August 11th. He was never interviewed again by law enforcement. Detective Hammond said that Haas never confessed. However, when he was interviewed before he was arrested, he locked himself into a story about the events of the day of the commission of the crime. That sounds familiar. Nick McClellan was initially appointed by the court to represent Haas, and Patrick Manahan was later appointed co-counsel. So Nick McClellan at this time, when this case was first initiated, the investigation was first initiated into this this murder, Nick McClelland was a public defender in Carroll County, and he was appointed by the court to represent the defendant. Soon after, he left because he was appointed Carroll County prosecutor, and former Tippecanoe County prosecutor John Myers was appointed special prosecutor in this case. So John Myers from Tippecanoe County was brought in to prosecute this case, and Nick McClelland was not involved anymore because he formerly represented the defendant. Interesting. John Myers is also we'll get into that. The detectives reported the jury took roughly 45 minutes to render a verdict that Haas was guilty of murder. The prosecutor did not pursue the death penalty. Detectives Liggett and Hammond explained that per state statute, the murder conviction carries a minimum of 45-year sentence, and he must serve at least 75% of the sentence. Therefore, Haas must serve approximately 34 years, which both detectives agreed is essentially a life sentence. This is just the very minimum sentence he can get, Liggett said. I'm just glad justice was served, Hammond said. The family has closure now. Whose family? The Hutchins family. The Hutchins family includes his parents, his ex-wife, 3 adult biological children, and 3 adult stepchildren. Quote, this took a lot of investigation on the parts of several law enforcement agencies, Liggett said. The Indiana State Police Crime Scene Investigation Team estimate that they spent approximately 30 hours at the scene of the crime. This was a 5-month investigation, Sheriff Lesenby added. Kevin Hammond worked at about 60 hours per week at the very beginning of the investigation, and Tony Liggett spent at least 80 hours per week for most of the investigation. My goodness, 80 hours a week. While the Delphi double homicide investigation is going on, not even a year old. Wow, these men sure work a lot of hours and work very hard. Both Kevin and myself assisted Tony throughout the length of the investigation, the sheriff continued. I had meetings with Tony and others, and I provided guidance and supervision when requested or when I was needed. This was a labor-intensive investigation that took a lot of man-hours to achieve a conviction. This was Tony's big case, and he did a hell of a job, Hammond said. Quote, I am very proud of what both our detectives did in this investigation, Lesenby concluded. I really appreciate the hard work that Tony put into this. It made all the difference. Haas is scheduled to be sentenced February 26 at 1:30 p.m. in the Carroll Circuit Court. So, Tony Liggett, now sheriff of Carroll County. Kevin Hammond, longtime detective with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, and for the first half or more of the Delphi Murders investigation was the lead Carroll County investigator on that case. And this was Tony Liggett's very first case that he led. Maybe they should have worked 160 hours a week. Yep. Such a workhorse. Bleeding the taxpayers dry. 80 hours a week doing detective stuff. This was labor intensive. Okay, so a man was shot and killed in his home, and you found the murder weapon and all of the spent and unspent shell casings because the community members turned them into you. And you had witnesses providing statements that he had confessed. And, oh yes, by the way, everybody, True Crime Grit is looking to attend the trial, and we want to support that because we need Gritty in there. We need her reporting, we need her notes, and if you are able and willing to help support Gritty, you can click this link. But certainly go subscribe to her channel because that also helps. I'll wait. Hit the subscribe. Slap it like it's Tony slapping a parking ticket on Razi's car outside the courthouse. And thank you very much. So, That's a hell of a lot of investigating. 80 hours, 50 hours. You got all these agencies, 30 hours on the scene. I mean, that's great. Twice, yeah. So it's 5:57. What I want everyone to do is the following. Make sure this is the right.
I'm the judge. I do my job. You're the media. You figure out how to do yours.
That was amazing.
I'm the judge. I do my.
Oh, he's gone. I'm going to link All Eyes video that premieres. Oh, fuck. In 60 seconds. Let's go. Everybody go over to All Eyes channel right now. Watch this video. And we'll be here. We'll be here when you get back. I need to put up like an intermission. Hey, y'all, we're back. What did we think of that? How's everybody doing? Did anyone pass out? Did we lose any of the women or the men or the other? Let me see. I got lost until I noticed I was all alone. Ange will be back shortly. Yes. I passed out, but that was from choking myself. I love that for you. A tour? Taking care of ourselves. Love that. Thank you both, All Eyes and DB. Two very cool, very passionate, very smart, very good, decent people. Karen Dusty got chills. Bonkers Babe says it was sad and impactful. Anyone who has felt injustice wouldn't watch that video with a tear. Oh, wouldn't watch that video with a dry eye. It's simple. Do y'all hear an echo? Okay, oh, that's okay. I do that all the time. No echo, echo, echo. Braun Bosky says, I caught strep watching that. All right, y'all. Back to business. So we left off with an article about Mr. James Haas, who was arrested in 2018, convicted in 45 minutes, and is serving what is essentially a life sentence per the investigators that locked him up for the murder of his ex-husband. Okay, cool. Nothing to see here. So is it possible that Mr. Haas could testify or provide witness testimony for the defense on something completely separate from the Abby and Libby murder investigation, i.e. Ron Logan, his former cellmate? So what comes to mind for me is one of the remaining strategies the defense can, and likely in some capacity will, employ will be to highlight and accentuate and lay out the investigation failings, right? The shortcomings of the investigation. Very brave of DB to leave me a message while he was suffering from strep and pox. Yeah, I know. We almost lost him there. So James Haas and I we saw in that article that multiple agencies assisted in the investigation into Mr. Haas. So we've got Carroll County Sheriff's Department, but they also listed, not by name, but they listed so this is a 5-month investigation into this murder that occurred in this gentleman's home. They found the firearm very soon after. They had ISP assisting them. ISP crime scene investigation team took 30 hours at the scene. So I wonder what types of things might be relevant in Mr. Haas's investigation as it relates to Abby and Libby's, because Not that we know of many parallels, but there certainly appears to be a couple things that stuck out to me reading that. I mean, for starters, obviously, the investigators that investigated this, at least 2 of them, made up over half of the Delphi investigation. Miko, I feel that. Another thing that's interesting is Mr. Haas has appealed his conviction. And we are going to try and get a better idea as to why. Do y'all hear the train? You out having your Judge Ange robe pressed and ready? I will dare you. Hey, David. Okay. 1 second, y'all. So what do we know about the other men named? We've got Haas, who has both a, excuse me, a Logan connection and an investigation connection via the investigators. And the other people was, so we had James Haas, Kagan Klein, James Brian Chadwell, who we talked about 2 days ago, and another person by the name of Ricky D. Davis Jr. So did anyone Google Ricky D. Davis Jr.? Because we did, but I'm curious if anyone found anything on him yet. He's an inmate, and he is currently housed at Newcastle Correctional Facility. His earliest release date is June 15th, 2039. He's a white man, age Richie D. Davis Jr. 1979, male, white, Newcastle. He has a lot of tattoos. Fiend, anything specific that you noticed about his tattoos? I noticed a couple weird things. We're going to look at one together. Do we think that the state was anticipating this motion today? And or do we think that they were anticipating the individuals named in this motion? Anyone? James Brian Chadwell has never been officially named in connection with Delphi, right? We've talked about him in terms of being like a potential person of interest, although obviously the investigators would never confirm or deny that, just that we're looking into him just like we looked into everybody else, right? Something we hear a lot from them. If I can figure out the tattoo. So yes, James Brian Chadwell had a tattoo, or has a tattoo, that back in 2021, when he was first kind of like catapulted fire unofficially, a lot of people were doing, digging into him and noticed that he has a large tattoo on, I don't know if it's on his chest or on his arm, and a lot of people drew connections. They saw similarities between Libby and the, I don't know if it's a child or the woman in his tattoo. So that kind of sparked questions about whether or not he got a tattoo of Libby, which would be terrifying. I mean, we now know that that is not the case, but it was pretty. I mean, I feel like at one time when I was kind of familiarizing myself with him, I found his tattoo to be unsettling for sure. Absolutely did. Yes, it was done beforehand. That is absolutely right. So here is what I want to show you. Here we go. Now, here is my disclaimer. What do you mean by that, Rosie? Can you extrapolate? I'd love for you to expand on this. It will be really hard to get into the courtroom. It will be interesting to see what happens outside the courtroom. I don't know if anyone will be interested in reading about that. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, now, before I show these, keep in mind, I did not digitally, forensically, cyber confirm that this is in fact the same exact individual. However, I believe that it is. So here is the fourth person named in the transport orders today. Happy birthday. Love ya. Aryan Brothers for life. 1418. Where have we seen this theme before in the Delphi case? I imagine it will be, I'm going to stop sharing now if it's all the same people. I imagine it will be. So what do we think? Let's think about this. We know that Odinism, cult sacrifices and Odinism, has been liminated out. Lauren wants to know, is that guy in Delphi? So this gentleman is one of the 4 inmates that were named in transport orders today, filed by Richard Allen's defense attorneys. They are requesting that these 4 inmates in Indiana Department of Correction custody be transported to the trial throughout, at whatever point in the trial they're needed to be witnesses for the defense. So this man is being called to testify to something about something. We don't know what his connection is to the case or the investigation or anything. The only thing we know about him is that he is a man who is serving a relatively long sentence for drug charges. And those images that I shared were posted in like 2013. So this is before he got to DOC. So it's not like he got those in prison. I mean, maybe he did, but it wasn't this go around. I don't know anything about his history. I think the lack of transparency and the judge's refusal to allow cameras or an overflow room for the media and the public are likely to cause a circus. People will understandably be frustrated and angry. I think that the public has behaved themselves remarkably well throughout this entire trial. I would argue that the judge and law enforcement, particularly the lead investigators, I'm thinking of one in particular, have really been the ones contributing to and causing a circus. I hope that the public will be safe. It wouldn't be the first time that oppression at the hand of the government resulted in a little bit of pushback from the public. However, we have not seen the public behave themselves in any kind of erratic way thus far. And that's despite, I mean, how many times has Judge Gull yanked the public around via being late, canceling hearings last minute, not communicating? I mean, yeah, I would argue that I have a theory about this. And it's not really a theory, actually, as much as it is like this grave concern. This grave concern. Lena, we're not sure yet. So I think Judge Gull said in Judge Gull fashion that she is going to rule on this after a hearing. Because waste no fucking time, Judge Gull. Rosie, I wasn't home, and I was bedbound from being if I wasn't home and bedbound. I wish I could go to Delphi. That would be great to have people interview people on the outside. Yeah, that would be great for sure. My heart bends for Alan's wife. Yep. It is going to be crazy, though. I think we do agree on that. Indubitably. I know, Rosie. I do think that and this kind of, actually, thank you, because that kind of ties into my next thought, which is, I was talking to someone earlier today about the looming trial. I think that Allen County jury selection will probably be like a softer, less intensive version of what Delphi might be when it comes to the public. And yeah, it's obviously a much bigger courtroom. Judge Gull has more familiarity with it. There's way more security and everything. It's bigger, more parking, like little things like that are actually big things when it comes to something like this. And my fear is that Delphi is not equipped for this, period. I mean, they will tell you as much. They are not equipped for a trial of this magnitude. They are not equipped for it logistically. They're not equipped for it spatially. They don't even have parking or lodging or really anything to support a trial that will be over a month long. They don't have the security for it. And the security that they do have does not have the experience or the training or the temperament for an event of this magnitude. And my fear or my growing concern is that I wouldn't be surprised if on some level the judge and the state and even law enforcement are maybe subconsciously, but maybe overtly creating a pressure cooker situation. And what I mean by pressure cooker situation is anytime you are perpetually, consistently barring the public from participating in activities and behaviors and things that are well within their right to do, whenever you are shielding, or not even shielding, because shielding to me kind of implies a protective intent. When you are barring the public from bearing witness to something that they have spent years watching closely, they have poured time, money, energy into caring and following something like this, it's a matter of public interest. Judge Gull even says in all of her motions or orders denying all of the media requests, she says this case, yes, Thomas, thank you. I know that I sound, and the last thing I want is for, I mean, people are going to do this regardless. They're going to take what I say and they're going to apply the most nefarious, terroristic meaning to it and like bring it the fuck on. What I mean is, I'm afraid, I have this feeling of dread that what law enforcement and the state want to happen is for the public to be scapegoated again. They want to be able to blame the public for what is going to be a spectacular, historic. Hold on a second. Sorry, Boone was in the trash. He got in the trash. It was my fault because I left it. I left it right there for him. What was I thinking? If this feels like a pressure cooker, and I feel like we are headed for some kind of an explosion. And I don't mean that like a member of the public's going to do any kind of like mass harm, but it wouldn't surprise me if somebody somehow gets hurt, because law enforcement in Carroll County, for starters, use excessive force all the fucking time. I mean, just go on Pacer. There's like 4 cases being litigated currently because their deputies are so poorly trained and have such inappropriate temperament for the job that they have that they can't help but beat the fuck out of people. But you're basically inviting the entire world to your little town. And this is not a town that's excited to have outsiders come. This is a town that fucking hates outsiders. They hate outsiders. Outsiders are dangerous. They're not to be trusted. And this is because they have their government, their leaders, not the people themselves, but their leaders have facilitated a culture in Carroll County where if you are an outsider, you're the enemy. And what they want the temperature so high that if Rick is found innocent, someone will try and harm him, and I wouldn't trust Liggett to protect him. Yes, we've already seen direct, specific threats on Rick Allen's life, not like since I mean, and we're not talking about threats like that would result in a inmate being transferred into safekeeping DOC. That's not the kind of threat I'm talking about. I'm talking about there are literally people making direct threats saying if Rick Allen, even if he is acquitted, we're going to kill him, or these people are going to kill him. That's the kind of message that we're seeing. And how many times have just in the chat, how many in here have seen a person or persons make direct threats like that on this pretrial defendant's life? I have. Tell you what I do with them every time I see them. I fucking send them where I think I need to send them. Doesn't mean anything's going to happen. You think that Carroll County is going to protect this man? Carroll County tried to kill this man. Carroll County spent a year and a half trying to kill Richard Allen. So if we really think that Carroll County is the appropriate, responsible entity, yep, who, by the way, is local with like active warrants. I know that he's been, people know where he is. Law enforcement knows where he is. They're not looking to pick him up anytime soon. They don't give a fuck. Did George mention anything about observing? Oh, Rosie, I wanted to pin your comment. Rosie says, I think it's a misguided attempt to protect the victims' families, witnesses, and jurors. I predict it will backfire. I agree with Ange. Yeah, I think that don't feel dumb. The only, and I think that, I mean, most people that are watching this live or this channel are probably relatively familiar with my history with Carroll County. And when I say history, I don't mean like, oh, I have history and I am so vengeful and angry. I have spoken since our lawsuit. I have had very pleasant, cordial, polite conversations with individuals that were named in our lawsuit. Like, I don't harbor any ill will personally towards anybody in Carroll County. That's not how the fuck any of this works. It's a very immature, childlike way to see this. So I just know, I understand the culture of Carroll County from as an outsider looking in. So I'm not going to purport to understand what it's like to live there or be a resident there. But as an outsider, as a researcher, as an investigative journalist, reporter, trying to research and understand this place for 3 years now, a year before Rick Allen was even a person anybody knew about. There are patterns of behavior and there are norms that are not questioned. And in Carroll County, you do not question, yes, you don't go against the police. A pressure cooker ready to explode from all the buildup, if that makes sense. That's exactly what I'm feeling. I don't like it. And I'm not even saying that, like, oh, the public's going to, like, revolt and riot. No. The reason that's not going to happen is because my fear is that any even, like, minute action from the public, that any way it can be misinterpreted or misconstrued or misunderstood by somebody armed, like an officer, or somebody armed, not maybe with a weapon, but armed certainly with the ability to prohibit entry into the courtroom. I mean, I would argue that prohibiting the public from bearing witness to a public trial of a man that is being railroaded and publicly hung is an act of violence. I think that that's an act of violence in itself. But I think any opportunity or any excuse to remind the public that they're not in charge here, that's my fear. And that's as specific as I want to get, because I don't know what it's going to look like, but I'm scared to think about it. And I saw another thing here. So I do think, Rosie, that there are people who want to protect the families, but I think that the people that hold the power, That I do not believe that to be their intention. I no longer can. And that includes Doug Carter. That includes Jerry Holman. I'm sorry. That includes Tony Liggett. That includes Judge Gull. I believe they have completely lost sight of what the fuck this is supposed to be about. And they like to blame the public for exploiting the victims and exploiting the case and being bloodlusters. Like, really? You're forcing family members of the girls to sit in a cramped room in the town where they live, or you're bringing a fuck ton of outsiders in, who, by the way, the state told us a year and a half ago that there's more people involved. So what, they're supposed to just believe that that's not true anymore? So this defendant's the only guy they have to worry about? That would be a hard thing for me to unhear if I lost a daughter to a violent, crazy person. So you're forcing the family to sit in a cramped room with the defendant, who you likely believe is responsible for your daughter or granddaughter's murder. You have to sit in a room with him and members of the media and bear witness to evidence presentation that is you're going to be seeing for the first time. So there are 12 reserved and 5 first come first served seats, or 7 reserved. Oh, okay. I see what you're asking. All eyes. All eyes is our, well, actually, I'm going to ask you some stuff later, all eyes. I don't want to misspeak, but Doug Carter and Nick McClelland promised the public that they'll someday know what they know. How and when will that happen? I would like to know what the prosecutor and superintendent know, but even more than that, I'd like to know the truth. And I'm not convinced that either of them know. I think they know portions of it. And I think that maybe some of what they've shared with the public has been truthful, and I think a lot of it's been bullshit. So I'm less interested in what they know and more interested in what they're trying to hide. But I agree with you. Yeah, and I think that my fear is that either out of hypervigilance and fear, I'm not saying that officers are going to go out and like wake up in the morning with the intention, the clear, premeditated intention of using force. Like, I don't think that is fair. I'm saying that this case and the way that it's been handled has cultivated so much hostility and so much vitriol and so much like contempt for the public by law enforcement and locals that I think it will be really hard for officers who are local to separate 7 years of conditioning to mistrust and malign the public from their duty and their job as public servants to protect the public. I don't think they're going to be able to compartmentalize that, especially not if they're hypervigilant and their emotions are high and energy's supercharged. Like, this is a really, really scary situation. And the thing that sucks is that it doesn't have to be. It shouldn't be. It's not like it's inevitable. They want you to think it's inevitable. They want you to think that they're victims and that they had not, that this is something that happened to them. It happened to their town. No, it didn't happen to you. Your police fucking suck. Your police are so bad at keeping the public safe that you've got 6 dead girls in 3 months and no one knows what the fuck happened to any of them. And I hope that that Carroll County can heal after this trial is over. But here's how I foresee it. If Judge Gull is allowed to continue to rule in the way that she has ruled, if the status quo of what we have seen thus far is allowed to continue throughout the trial, Richard Allen will be convicted. And the reason I believe he will be convicted is because Judge Gull is in control of the jury. She's in control of the evidence that's allowed to be presented. She's in control of how the public and the jury sees the defense attorneys. She's in charge of sustaining or overruling objections. I mean, she's supposed to be, like, Catastrophe's tweet the other day is like the best thing I've ever read. She likes to purport to call balls and strikes as an umpire. Okay, well, her ass has been all over the fucking field, blocking the plate in the fucking way, and worse. actively disrupting and stoking chaos and preventing this trial from occurring in any semblance of like a fair, just way. I'm not trying to soliloquy, but like, and I don't want to be perpetually pessimistic, and I know that I am when it comes to this, but that's just because I can't unsee this shit. I know, I totally agree. And I think that it's like we're so used to being like just lambasted and criticized and maligned for just saying how we feel when it comes to this case. The reality is, Rosie says, I'm in no way suggesting anything bad will happen. I predict people will be disappointed. They'll want their voices heard. The media may include a line in a story, but that's it. And that's the best case scenario, Rosie. And I know that you weren't suggesting otherwise. I'm suggesting that my fear is that law enforcement are again going to either intentionally or through inaction, willful. What is that term? Like intentional or willful or gross indifference or whatever. They're basically facilitating something bad happening. Judge Gull will not allow Mr. Allen to defend himself because Judge Gull decided that Mr. Allen was guilty probably the day she took this case. When Judge Gull responded to Bob Seeger, is that his name? With the media corporation, I can't remember, when he published the emails exchanged between Judge Gull and her office and the media about viewing the exhibits and the audio or whatever it was. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Oh, I remember. And actually, I want to read it verbatim because somebody actually pointed this out to me after the fact, and it kind of, I didn't think of it that way at the time. Let me just pull it up really quick. I think that I'll just pull up his Twitter. Y'all are very patient with me. I always come into lives thinking I'm prepared, but then I think of as soon as I start, I end up wanting to talk about something different. So I never have what I want ready and accessible. Yeah. I absolutely think there will be chaos outside the courtroom. Gull could prevent it by streaming. She wants chaos. Anything to reinforce and support and justify her inappropriate and outrageous bias and hatred for the public. Anything to support that. Hey, if I can facilitate or if I can, provide the ingredients for an explosion, why not? Why not provide the ingredients and let's just see what happens? She's literally fucking playing. She is rolling the dice with the lives of people in Indiana, Mr. Allen included. She could have taken him out of IDOC just to be safe, and she kept him there and almost killed him. Like, if this was a woman that had any, yes, that's it. Thank you, Rosie. I was like, what the fuck is it called? Deliberate indifference. So it's not an overt, necessarily not like an overt act, but at some point it becomes intentional, or at least it becomes so egregious and it results in so much harm that whether it's deliberate or not, like it's unacceptable. She is an agent of chaos. 100,000%. She likes to keep the defense attorneys certainly likes to keep the defense attorneys completely unprepared and uncertain about what she's going to do. She loves uncertainty. She loves anxiety. All I says, Gull has strong dragging kids through divorce court to punish her ex. Yeah. Sure does. Gull is culpable. She's been that for a while. Apparently she enjoys it. I think Carter has a lot of damage control to tend to. I'm always worried about agitators being brought in. Anytime power structures are threatened by silly things like public demands for transparency and accountability, fuckery's afoot. Correct. And that, thank you. You said that perfectly, because we have already seen this play out on the internet, right? We've seen it play out in a cyber world where third-party provocateurs, third-party actors will either on their own, they'll self-deputize and, you know, integrate or infiltrate, you know, activist groups or movements or you know, issues, or they're sent there. They're explicitly directed or encouraged either by the state, by a certain individual with a lot to lose, and they get in and they just cause mass fucking chaos and harm. They cause division, they cause disruption. We see it in peaceful demonstrations throughout history. A demonstration is peaceful, and then you get a third-party provocateur in there, and it only takes one act of violence or one act of, you know, to like light that match. Lyric and Elizabeth, I believe you're talking about. Yeah, their case is still unsolved. I don't know as much about that case as I'm sure people in here know way more than I do about it. I just know it's tragic and it's unsolved, and a lot of similar concerns, I would say, with the investigation from what I understand. What was I about to do? I was going to read this email, y'all. Okay. I need to not read the chat for 2 seconds. Bob Siegel. Y'all were letting me call him Bob Siegel or Bob Seeger. Oh my god. We got to the, isn't that Bob Seeger? You know what I'm saying? Okay. Here it is. I found what I was looking for. Bob Siegel with 13 Investigates. And I like Bob. Bob actually was one of the only 2 members of the media that came to the groundswell demonstration that we had back in November. And kind of walked with us and talked to us. And I don't know that anyone I've ever actually, I'm not local, so I'm not sure if they reported on it locally, but he did come and talk to us and want to understand. And I appreciated that. So here is the email that I want to share. Oh, maybe he didn't post the email. I know Sleuthy posted the email. Here it is. Oh my God, this is so small. How am I gonna? Here you go. Okay. So this is just part of the motion. Oh, my likes. Hi, Chelsea. I like you. Okay, so this is a request that WTHR made to the court. They requested to inspect the public exhibits from the hearings that took place in July. And, oh, Roxanne, I will talk about this in just a second. I'm going to leave this comment pinned so I don't forget. The media requested to view the public exhibits from the hearings July 30th, 31st, and August 1st. And I think, and Judge Gohl, when she finally responded, on August 30th, the court responded to the request by stating, the exhibits that are not confidential or subject to non-disclosure will be available after the conclusion of the jury trial scheduled for blah, blah, blah. If there's a conviction, the availability would be delayed until after the sentencing hearing. Any inspection would occur in the Allen County Courthouse. If there's a conviction, she said they'll be available for public inspection after the trial. If there's a conviction, they would be available after sentencing. She didn't say anything about an exoneration because she is planning and anticipating and preparing for a conviction and a sentencing hearing. I'm sure she's already thought about what her sentencing is going to be. Groundswell was, oh God, I wish I still had my, so we were able to download almost, I think, every single unraveling video with the exception of 2. We missed 2 of them. And one of them was the video that I made after Groundswell that was like a memorialization of that. But it was a peaceful demonstration that we organized outside of the Indiana State House in Indianapolis on November 27th. It was a Monday morning. And the date, we chose that date because that was the last day that Judge Gohl had to respond to the original action, one of the original actions that was filed by interveners. So we were there. We had like a 4-point message. We wanted the record to be restored. We wanted them to reinstate Mr. Allen's attorneys. We wanted them to remove Judge Gohl for bias. And there was a 4th thing, I think. Yeah. Oh, after sentencing. How can you sentence him when the public can't even see the evidence against him? Well, that's what she's, yeah, exactly. They want this like nice and wrapped up in a nice bow and bolted shut and forever closed off and hidden from the public before the public can even see it is really their goal. I thought that the media, yes, it was a very peaceful protest. I thought that the media inspecting them pre-trial was on the table. I wish that would be the reasonable legal thing. If this were fair, all people that get media credentials should be drawn out of a lottery every night for the following day. Right. There's no reason whatsoever to not even allow audio. It's because she wants to. I don't know if anyone actually. I'm going to play that Donnie Burgess clip again that we listened to yesterday. It's like 2 minutes, not even. But he talks about. I'm just going to play it. No audio makes no sense. Makes no sense. Why do we think Gohl is not allowing streaming or an overflow room? I think that she knows how bad this trial is going to make the state of Indiana and this investigation look. That's really my opinion and belief. I think that Judge Gohl understands that if the public gets to bear witness to this, they may lose total faith and confidence in their government and in law enforcement. I would argue that is overdue. And I think that as a result of her own behavior, there were plenty of opportunities for Judge Gohl to correct course and salvage some dignity And DB, did you see the pictures I shared? I don't know if you were here. Yeah, I want to know more about why you think that, though, whenever. This case is a disaster for the state. She doesn't even want us talking about it on YouTube. And it makes her look bad because of her own decisions and her own behaviors. I think some of the blame needs to be placed on the state, the prosecutor. 100%. As critical as I am of law enforcement, did you share on stream? I showed 2 of them. Yeah, I wasn't sure how much to show because I didn't like that is in fact him, even though we know it is. But yeah, but yes, Rosie, I agree with you. I mean, as critical as I am of law enforcement can oppress and do unconstitutional warrantless ping pongs on citizens and do all kinds of illegal surveillance. But at the end of the day, the only entity that can bring forth murder charges is the prosecutor. And the prosecutor is the one that is responsible and that has the duty and the burden of weighing the evidence presented to him or her by law enforcement, the fruits of their investigation of 7 years. And the prosecutor is the one who has the burden and the responsibility and the authority to decide, is this a good fucking idea? All of Judge Gull's trials, ever since they started with the pilot program, I think was 2020 or 2021 during COVID. Ever since then, probably all of the trials and hearings that are not confidential for witnesses or like juveniles or SA or whatever, like every trial and hearing that can be public is streamed, I'm pretty sure, in Allen County. Can you make his dad look at the courthouse and can we watch it from space? She doesn't like YouTubers reading the transcripts. No, she did not want it. She made sure that we did. What were the 2? No, I agree with you, DB. The 2 transcripts or the 2 testimonies personally that I was most interested in. I did want to hear what Harshman had to say, but I really could have taken it or left it because I was anticipating that he was an idiot. Like I wasn't going to put, give much weight to anything that he said. I really wanted Walla's testimony, Dr. Walla, and Detective Vito were the 2 that were most relevant in my mind's eye as to some of the critical issues that I see with this case and the prosecution against Richard Allen. And what were the 2 transcripts? And there were a consensus among people that I have spoken to. We all really wanted to read those transcripts. The state looked really bad in those as a result of the testimony of Dr. Walla and Detective Vito. And it's just interesting to me that of all the testimony that Judge Gull has sealed from the public or made confidential, Dr. Walla's and Detective Vito's are the 2 that I just found out Massachusetts has a ballot measure to legalize shrooms. Bonker says creators deserve a refund check from the state for all the transcript price gouging. Yeah. The state is law enforcement prosecuting the court. Yeah, I agree. Can someone get the gays involved? You think that Carroll County gives a... Wouldn't it be funny, though? God, I can't wait until, man. The decorum orders say there are 5 designated media seats for jury selection and 12 media seats for the trial. Any other seats are up for grabs for the public or other media, except for the 10 for the victim's family and the 10 for the defendant's family, I believe. So 20 plus 12, 32. And I believe Courtney and Bob counted 50 max. Actually, it might have been closer to it might have been much less than that. So we're talking maybe 10 to 20 members of the public might possibly potentially get in. So you've got large media entities sending their throughout the state and country, sending correspondents and representatives on their behalf. Judge Gold's the one that chooses who is admitted entry among those the media, and are we really under the impression that any normal smaller journalists or reporters are going to get in? I would love to see Nick McClelland throw somebody culpable under the bus. Please, like, Nick McClelland is culpable, but I would like to see him throw someone under the bus. Hypothetically, metaphorically. I'm so behind in this chat. Prosecutor Ding Dong and Lieutenant Ping Pong. Oh my God, all eyes. I was driving the other day and all of a sudden I got this like intrusive recall of when I was doing a live and I pulled up, it was the first time I'd pulled up a certain document from your drive. And it was like Nick McClelland's third party or leave or whatever to subpoena third party records. And it was that day where he filed like 7 incorrectly, and you titled it Prosecutor Dick McClelland files for third party records for Rick Allen's mental health records from CBS or something. I don't know. I laugh really hard every time I think of it. He's such an idiot. Something about all eyes calling the prosecutor Dick McClelland just like tickles me. Just makes me laugh. There was one that I've been looking for that I really wanted to. I assumed everyone knew about the seats for the families. I didn't know that family and defense. I didn't know that 20 seats were being reserved for those connected directly to the defendant and the victims. So there's 20 more seats. Babs reporting on Rick Whiteside. Yes. Did she seal it? I don't know. Thank you, Rosie, because I said something inaccurate. Wallace is sealed. It's no public version will be made available. Vetoes we can get, but not till after trial because Jody's very busy. So might as well be sealed, right? Wallow would be a very insightful person testimony to read. Luke says that Judge Gull personally called Kara Winnicke and asked her where Bob and T got the transcripts from the public fucking transcript, which was paid for. Yeah, I wish she called me. How come mainstream media is not pulling the crybaby on her for shutting out the public? Because the mainstream media for 7 years hasn't been impacted by it because they get their access. They get their access and they get their story and they get their paycheck. They haven't been inconvenienced or impacted by this corruption until just now. And just now, they finally got something to say about it. They're like, this is not right. Now you know how it feels to be a lowly member of the public. Yeah, the Department of Corrections, when I think about, I know how ADHD my streams are. I'm really trying to temper that a little. But DB, you mentioned something about how Ricky or Richie is bad for the state. And I think it was, I don't know if it was Thomas or someone else in the chat mentioned that he also is litigating or has a lawsuit against Centurion. Did you find something similar? No, I'm pretty sure that this has been alluded to or discussed publicly. And either way, Luke, it's in the DMs, so you know it's public. So Matchies, Ange. Train just went off here. Not only is there a limited number of seats, but a different number of seats. Jury selection has 5 media allowed and trial has 12 media allowed. That's strange. Yeah. Dick subpoenaed Westville for Rick Allen's CBS employment records 3 times. Oh my God. He sure fucking did. How do you do that? How do you make that same mistake 3 times? Because you're e-filing, right? So like, oh my God. And each PCA attached was like slightly different. Yep, half the available seats are spoken for out of 84. I think that that's an overestimate though, because the main courtroom that they're going to be using, I don't know where people are getting this like 70 to 80 seats. It's not, it's tiny. And you're going to have law enforcement and security in there. You're going to have witnesses who are not like, I just don't understand how we have more than 10 to 15 like true members of the public bearing witness to this trial. There's seats specifically for family? I don't think so. I think they've assigned some for the families, but that's not the entire family. The family should be able to bear witness. Right. Like 10 of you can come. I don't know. It's just, I don't think so. Did she not assign? I don't know. I should probably reread her decorum order. 20 for family, 20 for family, 12 for media, 10 for defense. I feel like Judge Gull might be neurodivergent. I think that she has a personality disorder. That's not an official diagnosis. I think that her behavior is giving disordered. Yeah, but so the judge is mad because she says that Court TV didn't follow her rules last October. Yeah, but see, that's just not true. This is going to be the same thing that she does, like when she tells the public that they can bring their cell phones in, but they have to be powered off. And then she's like, I meant you can bring them into the building, not the courtroom, because that makes, why the fuck would I bring my cell phone into the building? What am I going to, like, she's a chaos agent. She likes it. She enjoys it. Hi, Barbies. I'm ADHD too. I apologize for jumping around. I love the energy we have in here. I will share when I complete my thoughts about it. I'm like so behind, so if I'm missing your comments or something, She's a self-hating neurodivergent. Ange, talk about how he subpoenaed the records and attached the whole PCA. Yeah. Yeah. Even if the judge has lost confidence in the media, that's really her business. It's not the public's business. It's also like, that would be like let's say I am incarcerated for let's say I am in jail for a drug offense or whatever, and I get released and I'm on probation or probation, right? And I decide that I don't like the conditions of my probation. And I put out a statement that I've lost confidence in my probation officer's ability to cover and to supervise the conditions of my probation. Of course I think that, because I'm on fucking probation and the probation officer is supervising me, keeping me in line. That's essentially what the public and the media is doing or should be doing with Judge Gull. So yeah, she's going to harbor some resentment towards the public and the media because they're supposed to be holding her to account. If she was behaving within the parameters of her duties and the law and her ethics and professional ethics and responsibilities, then it doesn't matter. Like, she's allowed to hate the media. You're allowed to hate the media, but you're not allowed to bar the media just because you don't like them. Like Judge Gull has lost confidence in the media because the media is annoying her. I have gained confidence in the media when the media annoys her. So why does she get to be the one to decide? That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to put in an order. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, the prosecutor in his filings, the state has literally deputized people with the details that he's inappropriately included, details that have not been always in line with facts or evidence. What does what Rick is accused of even matter? You have authority to subpoena the records. You don't need to prove probable cause. Right. Got a lot of train activity tonight. The media certainly has the resources to literally do anything they want. And there does seem to be a trend of like, thank you, Rosie. Yeah, that's what I was, okay, so 20 seats left over. You know how many people just in this chat have expressed a desire and a plan to attend this trial and to try to get in? More than 20 just in this chat. I didn't diagnose Luke. I said she is giving the energy. And also I'm allowed to do it if I want to. Sue me. Don't really sue me. I am never providing official diagnoses on this channel. Everything I say is satire. Don't believe anything I say. It's all a lie. Gull always has a perfect excuse. Law enforcement sit their ass. Does anyone know the reason for the Centurion Ricky lawsuit? I can only see it as human rights complaint. We will shortly. DB DeBerg. DB sounded like a broken prisoner. Well, he's got some experience following this case specifically alongside the individuals he's hitched his wagon to, I'm sure. Yeah, he's got some experience in that. Shame there's no advocacy group for transparency. There is. It's called the media. You don't need a separate advocacy group because the media, that's their job. Transparency. That's your job. So what are they doing? Like, yeah, she was late. She rides a disorder bus to work. Ange. No one will ever be messier than me trying to stream. Okay, but I don't know. I don't know though, because at least you always have your screen always has something on it. A lot of times I'm just staring at my Google Drive, wondering why the thing I am looking for suddenly doesn't exist. Gullin is an employee of the public. The public should have confidence in the judge. That's right. But what do I care if Judge Gull has confidence in the media? I don't care. Imagine. Ange is behind on comments. I'm like really behind, right? Okay, let me scroll. Oh, I'm not that far behind. You guys are just saying a lot of good stuff. I was just complaining to DB last night. I was like, I need to start doing my streams differently where I don't read the comments because I have all of these agenda items and organized exhibits, and then I spend 3 hours just talking to the chat. But it's more interesting to me because you have better things to say than what I have to show. You can hate it all you want, but judges have 100% say over cameras in the courtroom, and I remind you, cameras are not allowed in federal hearings. Who says, but okay, they have 100% say over cameras in the courtroom. But I think that this speaks to a larger pattern of, a larger, more problematic pattern But also, just because they have the ultimate say doesn't mean that you can't appeal. Like, I saw a tweet from somebody, one of the reporters the other day, that was like, there's no appeal process in Indiana. Huh? You create one when you, it should have been over with, right? Sorry, I'm late. I'll catch the replay. Why isn't there an overflow room? Security concerns. Security concerns. How many times has Gull been watching the chats that trash her? Well, we know that they're constantly surveilling. They're probably in my, let's be real. They're probably warrantless bing bong in my StreamYard. So I wish that they would, though. They'd be watching us. Jeff, I missed this completely. Oh, thank you, Jeff. That was very, very gracious and kind, and I appreciate you. 20 just in one family alone is going to want to watch the trial. I don't know where Fiend is. Thank you, DB. DB Cat said that, I think Cat Catastrophe said that she does have Richie. Rosie says, FYI, the judge's decorum order included a name and phone number for the person handling the media credentials. She didn't include his email. I played phone tag with him for 2 days and missed the deadline. Damn, Rosie, I'm sorry. It's funny how they overcomplicate things and make themselves so unavailable that you end up missing a deadline, and then they get to blame you. That's exactly what I'm afraid they're going to do on a much larger, more harmful, scary scale the next week and 5 weeks. Carrie gets 5 seats, and that's just for her and not all the families going. Rolo says, I think there's a way to FOIA videos from prison segregation unit. The secret media meeting did not even extend to all of the media given credentials. Yeah, she's literally selecting. It's not even saying media credentialed individuals. I need to shut my window. I'm freezing. Hi, DB. I'm still here.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
What's up?
I just wanted to say, this comment by our friend Rosie.
Yes.
Where'd it go?
I probably unpinned it. This one?
Yeah. This is the insidious part of the systemic issue that we have is you wanted credentials, right? And they told you that there was a time limit. And that time limit was arbitrarily used because against you when you couldn't contact them. And they decided to use the letter of the law and say, well, you had your time. And I just can't help but to be reminded of how many times they've done that in this case. And how the regulations, the law, the rules are only really used to exert control and power. Much like Richard Allen missing the timeline to hire an attorney. There's no way Judge Diener didn't know that Richard Allen couldn't afford an attorney for a quadruple life without parole eligible capital case. Ridiculous.
It's the rule. That's the rule, though. You know, that's not the exception. That's 100% what DB just said. They take, and I think that I like clapped about this in a, if y'all have not watched the live that I did, I think it was called Poisonous Fruits or Poisonous Fruit Loops or something. It's not one of the like most viewed ones. It was like very impromptu and just me. But if you haven't watched it, try, like maybe like skip around and try and catch some of it, because I talk about how basically insidious is a really good word, DB, but yes, insidious is a really good word for it. It's like a cultural, I don't know if it's cultural, it's systemic, but it's basically become their standard operating procedure, which is they're so good at exploiting laws and statutes and, you know, legal safeguards and rules and parameters, you know, and these are things that are created, like their sole purpose for existing is to like maintain order, keep the public safe, you know, supposed to be things that help facilitate like a positive, healthy, functional society, and to do good, not harm. And what we see in this case throughout the entirety of this case from day one is Carroll County, ISP, who else knows, whatever, the powers that be that have touched this case are so skilled and expert at exploiting those laws and policies and safeguards and perverting them and using them in order to further their own agenda or to protect themselves and oppress the public versus keep themselves in check and protect the public. So an example of that, the reason that the safekeeping statute exists is presumably to protect both the defendant and the public from harm. So if the defendant is in danger, an imminent risk of injury or death as a result of threats, you know, whatever, there's this safekeeping option where you can remove them, the defendant, and put them somewhere to keep them safe. That's the intention. The way that safekeeping statute has been twisted and perverted and implemented in this case is actually not in a manner intended to keep the defendant, Richard Allen, safe, but to actually put him in an oppressive, coercive, and harmful environment, and to keep themselves, the state, safe from transparency and from the public seeing what it is that they're up to. Hey, Fiend. Welcome, friend.
Hello.
You have thoughts, and I want to hear them.
Do I? I don't know if I do have any thoughts. I
Yes,
mean, I have I don't know. I guess my main thought is like we got one more day for anything to be filed pre-trial.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think I'm pretty convinced now that there will be a trial starting next week.
You think?
Yeah, when they requested the transport orders for those four, I think that's what finally sold me. Like, I'm pretty convinced. Maybe not 100%, but I'm like 99% now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
And I think it's gonna be interesting. Those four. Be interested to see if there's any more of those coming maybe tomorrow.
Transport or just other like
maybe
housekeeping?
Yeah, I don't know. They've kind of dipped into the inmate population for a number of things. You know, they've deposed throughout this process. They've deposed and tried to transport and use them as witnesses and whatnot. So I think the big names are definitely interesting.
Yeah.
And
Who
yeah,
was most interesting to you of that list of 4?
I think Chadwell. I think.
Yeah. Say why.
Why on Chadwell? It just seems. I'm not sure because I don't have like I can't really put a pin in like what he might testify to.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's. I mean, I don't. You can speculate on all of the 4, like quite a lot.
Right.
But I don't know. Most of the times, most speculation most of the time is wrong. So
Yeah, certainly in this case, it seems to play out that way.
I mean, when Chadwell was at Wabash, so I mean, I would hope that they're not insane enough to allow him anywhere near Richard Allen. Like that would be. I mean, you just can't rule it out because they're not. Like,
you mean before
they're not good at like their jobs, like,
right?
Of they're safekeeping at Richard Allen. They've been done it very poorly. So would they be crazy enough to have Chadwell as a suicide companion or something like that? Maybe, because that's how fucking crazy they are. But I would hope not, and that it's something else. But I feel like I'm skeptical that any of these testimonies are related to how these individuals were investigated.
I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be. Oh, you don't think it's going to be? Say more.
I don't know. I just think I feel like like if you're at least in the case with Chadwell and Klein, like I don't think they're going to be great cooperative defense witnesses. If it would lean towards even opening up the possibility that like they might be involved. Like they wouldn't want to do that.
Right. If Rick's convicted, I'm not, right? If Rick's the killer, I'm not.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Sure.
So I mean, I don't know. I would think that like the most interesting speculation is probably whether some of these people know stuff. Do they have information? Because you hear about that a lot of like a lot of cold cases or whatnot. They're come from bona fide confessions that like start off an investigation that happened in prison.
Yeah. You mean if they know something about like who is responsible? You mean?
Yeah.
Right. Like they've heard something. Well, they've been in there long enough,
Right.
It wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility. I mean, we know how fast word travels, at least in Westville. You get one inmate hears something, shared, the whole prison knows it, and their family. It's like word travels very fast. I mean, yeah. So you think that Chadwell perhaps will be called to testify or answer questions specifically regarding maybe something that he knows or information that he acquired within, post conviction, perhaps, whether it's DOC related or
that's totally speculative, but
yeah, that makes sense though.
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't rule it out that any of these individuals might have some knowledge of something.
Yeah. Well, and I know that law enforcement mentioned, or maybe in the hearing it came out, and then in the defense's like objection to the state's motion in limine, They stated that law enforcement investigators originally thought that Rick Allen could have been connected to Tony Klein, and that is in fact why they like narrowed in on their focus on him. So it's just
Well, I mean, and the reason I leave that like a little bit open, like I mean, it's speculation, but like I wouldn't rule it out completely, just because I mean, look at what we've got here. I mean, we've got a horrific double homicide. You know, we've got Robert Ives saying, you know, like, well, it's terrible, but you know, the reality of it might be that like we get this guy when he commits another crime down the road.
right.
We got Rick Allen, who's like clean as a whistle.
Right.
And like, I mean, the reality is like the psycho killer that did this, like, it was always a good chance that he would be in the prison system for something else that he did.
Right.
And like, you know, I wouldn't rule that possibility out.
Yeah, I agree with that. For sure. Or whether he was in there prior and or after. I mean, yeah, I just can't see the person or persons that committed these murders having a record that looks like Rick Allen's. I just don't really see that as very likely. Out of curiosity, what were people interested in seeing in Dr. Wall's testimony? A lot of people took good notes. I realize it's not the same. So for me, the reason that I want to read it myself is because there were so many contradictions in dates, in details, and that's not, you know, no fault of the note takers. There was like a ton of dates, but there are always things that are missed and better clarified in transcripts than in, I mean, there's, yeah, because I just,
It'd be interesting to see if the like she comes back and how they treat that as far as being open to, quote unquote, open to the public or not, since they already kind of they're claiming that's like mental health related, and that's the reason that they can't make it public, even though it was public before.
Well, and the mental health exception to the public access rules has to do with the exhibits. It's the mental health records, right? So
right.
But that's a very different thing than what Judge Gull and Jody communicated in that email about it's related to mental health. No. Mental health records can be excluded from public access for good reason. But if you're testifying to something publicly in a public hearing and it has to do with his mental health, it's not the same thing as a mental health record that would fall under that category. Like, and by the way, if she wanted to raise issue about confidentiality because of mental health subject matter, that should have been done before the hearing. But once it's public, like, too bad, so sad, you should have been like preventative and proactive. It's already out into the public. So like, what other reason would there be, or I guess I can't even think of a reason. What reason would there be to?
Oh, I've got a reason.
Let me hear it.
So yeah, I don't think it's about the mental health at all. Like,
it's not. No.
I think that they've got, like, it's almost systemic at this point, starting with like Diener, but just a totally deranged perception of public fervor and stuff, and that like, I mean, yeah, there have been some people that have made some crazy threats, but like that's usually coming from one side and like aimed at content people, YouTubers, or Rick Allen himself. But I think that like the way that she rolled in with the whole security detail, I think that I just think that like, she's made us think about like her, like worrying about her safety, and the Judge Gull is sympathetic to that, and they just don't want Wall's information out there, period. and they're just
they don't. They really don't.
They do whatever they want whenever they want. But on this case, they don't need real justification. All the rules go out the window. So
right,
they're just they're just saying whatever. They're saying mental health just to prevent it from being out there.
It's almost like they're using a rule intended to protect the defendant and twisting it and exploiting it to serve their own selfish need or desire or purpose.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just being silly in this particular case. I mean, I don't think that's like a realistic thing. Is it like, I mean, like, I just wouldn't see that as a plausible like scenario that like somebody's gonna go after Walla or something like that. Like that's silly, like paranoia stuff.
It's all paranoia, though. That's what I'm saying. It's all paranoia. The more I thought about this last night, the more ludicrous and ridiculous and like almost comical it became, even though it's not funny. Sorry, I got distracted. What was I saying, Fiend? I forget what literally just came out of my mouth. What did I say? Oh, paranoia. So, thank you. So, last night we were talking about that secret meeting with ISP and Judge Gull and the invited media, right? About logistics or whatever the fuck. And when I think about paranoia, I think about the fact that Judge Gull called a meeting with the state police and invited the media and gathered everybody together in one place because of her critical concerns, because somebody brought spyglasses into her courthouse, not even the courtroom, into her courthouse, like spyglasses. That is the most deranged, paranoid, delusional shit I've ever heard. If I started talking like that at my job, they'd have a conversation with me. You know, like they're so paranoid. And why are you so paranoid? If you're not doing anything wrong, why the fuck are you so worried? What are they so worried about?
I don't know. I mean, the secret media meeting is like beyond bizarre. Like when, what was going to be the harm in like being like, hey, we're going to be having a media meeting, like that would be normal. The part that makes it weird is that it was secret.
Mm-hmm.
That they didn't announce it themselves. None of the media, that this is obviously a collusion between the state and the media, because the media didn't say, hey, we went to this meeting. They all agreed. They all agreed to keep it secret. Why? What is going on?
Judge Gull gave directives for that meeting, though. She had specific points that she wanted ISP to relay to the media. Those came from Judge Gull. And one of the things that she wanted relayed was that spyglasses. The reason there's going to be no transparency is because Court TV did a hallway film, and Gritty did a spyglass. Neither of those things happened, but that's the reason that she's literally spent.
I think they're spyglasses, man.
That's what I'm saying, though. That's not a thing.
No, it's not.
It's so.
Well, I mean, it might be
stupid.
a thing. I mean, I'm sure there's like, real world secret agents out there that have spyglasses. I just don't think they're like, they're not something like you can buy from Ray-Ban though.
Badass American, if you're trying to imply that Alan is a serial killer because he allegedly killed 2 girls, you're wrong about that too. Because if you kill 2 victims at once, you're not a serial killer, unless he's got more victims. So if that's what you mean, then fine. But you're not even making an accurate troll. You're a bad troll. Go away. It's not even the definition of a serial killer. You fail. Just like she didn't tell Robert Fortson he'd be arrested, she still. The court circus is Willy Wonka Land Strange. I'm still going, I know. We took a break and then we came back and here we are. She did a gross exertion of control. Why can't I see? I feel like I can't see some people.
Do you have Top Chat on?
No, I'm in StreamYard. I hate the StreamYard dashboard. Like, it sucks. You can't do a poll. You can't do anything. You can't block people. You can't. Oh my God. I just went into the brand tab and I'm looking at all of our, wow, DB, you're really good at your job, sir. There's a lot of funny things in here.
He deserves a pay raise.
Yeah, he definitely needs a pay raise for sure. You can do a collude. Thank you, Ems. They'll be back, but whatever, it's fine. At least be. Just do a Google. Do one Google, and if you're not sure about the topic that you want to troll, like, do a different troll. Fiend, will you hiss for Hammy? She's asked like 5 times.
That would be weird. I don't do like.
You're not into animal roleplay.
Accents or impersonations or animal noises very well. It's just
That's
like
fair.
not my wheelhouse.
That's fair. Yeah. Okay. So she says, I asked twice. She's like, don't make me sound like a freak. So we talked about James Haas. We talked about Chadwell a little bit. Keegan Kline could be there for any number of reasons, right? What do you think about this Richie or Ricky or whatever character? What do you think they might be, like, more of the same or anything specific?
The Ricky guy?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's something to do with the Centurion stuff.
Yeah.
That's just my initial inclination. It could be in the same. I mean, I'm just always leaving on the table that, like, hey, there are people in the prison system might have some knowledge of something, but I think has to do with I don't know, the healthcare type of situation.
He's an impeachment witness for, like, he's going to impeach one of the state's witnesses, obviously, right? Is what you're suggesting, DB. I wonder, do you think it's like Centurion related? I haven't read those, so I need to go read those, but. He's being called to impeach DOC. Yeah. Well, so I put something in the chat earlier, but I think part of the reason, if not the entire reason, part of the reason that they're being so crazy about transparency and they're trying to protect so much all the time is because there's like multiple entities with varying interests at play. And when you have like layered interests, for example, Judge Gull and IDOC, from what we've seen, have seemingly communicated and kind of had what I would describe as a much closer relationship throughout the course of this case, trial, prosecution, whatever, than what I feel is appropriate or within the bounds of like their legal and professional ethics. I think that so I think that Judge Gull is protecting Judge Gull, and DOC is protecting DOC, and they're protecting each other because protecting Judge Gull protects DOC and vice versa. So you've got these like multi-layered basically like self-preservation at play, if that makes sense. Like Judge Gull has personal investment and interest in protecting DOC, because if DOC goes down for whatever reason, if DOC is exposed for whatever they were doing, like, well, great. How's that going to make her look? Because she's the one that put Rick there, or that kept him there twice, you know? And yeah, I just feel like all of the different arms of the state, the prosecutor, ISP, Carroll County Sheriff, Judge Diener, Judge Gull, DOC, like, they're all separate agencies and separate entities that should be separate, but they're all basically, they've all been working together to convict this guy, I feel like. So they're going to just protect each other. And so nothing is going to come out and nothing is going to get corrected and nobody's going to hold anybody to account. And yeah, I don't know. I just think it's like too late to do anything about it.
I mean, circling back to Ricky, I think he's got the most like open like possibilities. I mean, this is obviously a guy that probably has white supremacist ties both inside and outside, which could certainly factor in. He's got the Centurion like prison conditions case going, that could certainly factor in. The other thing I'll note is that he's at Newcastle which is where Keegan Kline was moved to. So he could tie into, maybe Keegan Kline has said something to him, you know, and maybe corroborates something that, you know, Keegan Kline might testify to, or you know, conflict with something that like Keegan Kline doesn't want to say. I don't know. I think it's pretty wide open with him.
Well, it would be hard for me to see, like, how will the judge justify if she does prohibit, you know, these witnesses from testifying for whatever reason? How is she going to turn around and allow the state, all of the state's inmate witnesses to, you know what I mean, test? So I wonder.
I think you have a hard time, like, I don't know. Hashtag not a lawyer, but I mean, I think that she has to let them call their witnesses. Like, sure, if they get up there and it's, you know, it might be objection hearsay, you know, over and over. Or it might be objection the whole time. It might be a hey, you need to do a voir dire. Like, well, you still have to do those things. Like, you can't just be like, no, you can't call these people. You can't call whatever witnesses, like, because you don't know what they're gonna say.
Yeah.
Like, you have to actually conduct the trial and go step by step through this. So, I mean, I think that they have to be allowed to transport witnesses and be able to call whatever witnesses they want. I mean,
Yeah.
that's how court works.
True. I wanted to I feel like at some point I did have all of the James Haas appellate docs, and I wanted to see specifically if there were names in there that we recognize that are not.
I did the same thing for both Haas and Ricky. I tried to do it. Not a whole lot, not really. I mean, Haas is pretty much a local guy. They both have active Facebook accounts, which is crazy. But yeah, I didn't really see anything that was like really jumped out at me.
Oh, wait a second. When's my... found it. Haha.
And then the other thing with Ricky Davis is I think somebody put it in the chat. Like, I mean, he's also got a lot of meth connections. You know, like could that even like come into play somehow?
Yeah. Yeah. I see what you're
I
saying.
don't. I mean, it's like there's just a interconnectedness of a lot of these people, like the criminal ties. You know, like even in a great, like a bigger area, like Delphi, yes, is small. Logansport is not small. You know, like that area, like when you start expanding it, you know, it's quite big.
Mm-hmm.
But when you like narrow down certain communities, like Odinists or criminals or whatever it might be, like then that tightness starts to, you know, even across a larger area, like those connections between people like tighten down. Like people know each other because they're both criminals or they know each other because they're both Odinists. Like,
Yeah,
and
you're in the same circles.
right.
Makes sense. So this article here is talking about Haas. Carroll County murder suspect trial date bounces around. New charge filed. That sounds familiar. So 59-year-old Haas trial date bounced from January to October and is now back to January. The shifting dates all happened during the 7 weeks since prosecutors charged Haas with killing 62-year-old Richard Hutchin on August, blah, blah, blah. Haas filed for a speedy trial on August 17th, 3 days after he was charged with murder. As it implies, a defendant's speedy trial request puts everything on a fast track, requiring a trial within 6 months. September 12th, prosecutors requested a continuance from October 2nd, which was granted. But because of the speedy trial request, it only bought the state an extra 14 days. Then, wow. Then, prosecutors charged Haas on September 14th with robbery resulting in serious bodily injury. This charge came about because a woman told police she had given Haas a ride to Deer Creek on August 10th. According to a PCA, for a new charge. During that car ride, Haas admitted that he killed Hutchin and stole his property, which he disposed of at the Wabash River. Police found the belongings where Haas said he ditched them, according to a probable cause affidavit. They received this woman's information on August 17th, 3 days after Haas was charged with murder.
Yeah, I mean, there's some holes in this one, but I think that I don't know. I kind of lean towards this is probably the right guy. It definitely just seems like it is somebody closely like connected to the victim in this case. Like, you know, it is someone in their small circle, but like this guy, like, dude, like what is law enforcement investigation? Like, I feel like this guy should have obviously been a suspect, like right from the get-go. Like, what are you doing, ding dongs?
Well, why was it so hard for them to investigate and prove that he did it if he did it? And why are we circumventing his speedy trial right by doing some bullshit fuckery with the charges?
Right.
Based on a witness statement that you had for this is so these
Yeah, I
people
mean,
are,
there's holes in this one. It's not great.
it's not great. And it's like the same fucking shit over and over and over. Like, oh my God, it's almost comical. I forgot about that article. Like, it doesn't matter if this woman really did say that and really did come forward, and if he really did tell her that he stole shit and they really did find it in the water. Like, that sounds crazy, but even if that's what happened, just like the way that the state operates and the way that they do things and the way that they just brazenly their fuckery in order to violate the rights of these.
I mean, I don't know. The part that jumps out to me is like they clearly like, hey, you have a murder. Like, what are you doing? Like, why aren't you doing the thorough investigation like early? Why aren't you talking to people and like figuring it out? Like, it's.
I don't know, dude.
They want to say, oh, it's impossible. It's impossible. Like, it's not. Like, it does happen. They're just bad at it.
Yep. I'm gonna pull this up too. If Haas not interesting people, he's the most interesting one to me, just because he is the least obviously connected to this case, right? I mean, if we remove Ron Logan entirely, I
mean, I would strongly lean towards that is the intent with Haas is that it's the Ron Logan part.
Really? But so you just think they're going to do an offer of proof?
Yeah, if they need to. Like, I mean, I'm not sure how. You know, obviously, Gull has a lot of control over how that's all going to go. But
yeah,
the motion in Limine, my understanding is pretty preliminary in nature.
Sure.
Like, it's not like a firm ruling. Like, I hear people like really saying this a lot, and like, hey, I'm not a lawyer. Most of the people saying this shit aren't lawyers either. But like, there's this like misconception that like these words are banned from the trial, period, no matter what. And like, that's not really how it works. I mean, I don't know the specific details and like how it's all going to work. I mean, I think, you know, I mean, the only really long trial that I watched closely was like the Karen Reed trial. You know, if they got a witness they want to bring in and, you know, it's contested, they do voir dire and the judge will rule on it. And like, generally those go pretty like leniently. Like, I think it's a high, like a fairly high bar to just like not allow people in as witnesses. Which is what, and like, where's our Tobin ruling? Are we going to get that?
Absolutely not. He's probably going to.
Well, I mean, maybe that's what her decision will be on that, is that you need to have him do a voir dire, and she'll determine whether he is an expert or not an expert, I guess.
Yeah.
Because she's a great determiner of those things.
She's a great determiner of everything, honestly, unfortunately. So this is a petition for post-conviction relief filed June 4th, 2021 by James Haas. This is after his conviction.
I was looking at this a little bit, or not this specifically, but like, do you know, like,
what his argument is?
Yeah, just generally.
So he's arguing ineffective assistance of counsel. He's arguing issues with the evidence collection and well, let me see. So the conviction or sentence was in violation. So, okay, violation of constitutional rights. During critical stage in proceedings, preliminary hearings to determine probable cause, counsel did not, page 3, counsel did not, oh, I see what he did. Okay, hold on. Lord.
I was just wondering if there was like, if like how much is he contending?
Yeah, I know.
I didn't do it, and somebody else did it. Just
oh well, that's he is contending the They did not litigate whether the actions of law enforcement were reasonable under totality of the circumstances, and counsel and the court participated in a what is that word?
Colloquy
of Mr. Haas.
Thanks, DB.
A conversation, a gathering for discussion. Okay. So they participated in a conversation with Mr. Haas where he, as a layman, passively relayed that he did not wish to testify, believing through advice of counsel that it would be unnecessary. Yeah, I'm not going to try and go through this because I want to read it carefully, but there is probably a better
I feel like
colloquy.
the ineffective assistance of counsel,
Yeah.
like for I mean, is that what he was saying? That because they told him not to testify. That I feel like that's a
Oh, I found the brief. I have found the brief.
Well, it's one that he talks directly to the judge. When a
Sorry.
defendant talks directly to the judge.
Yeah.
So he's saying that he had to have a colloquy,
Mhm.
which means that he was forced to abandon his Fifth Amendment right.
Oh,
gotcha.
I see.
Well, yeah, that would be fucked up.
So this is the appellate brief that they filed. Do you know who the judge was, Fiend?
I do not, off the top of my head. Is this
Guess who the judge was? What?
Oh, it was probably Diener.
Yeah, Dina.
It's funny. I usually keep an eye on like recent court cases, and
You do?
well, no, I mean just like
Yeah,
what's going through the system,
Mhm.
just to see if there's any interesting names. But they've got Diener's ex's. I think I sent you this with the funny names on it in the middle of there. The middle one is Diener's ex's cousin, and like there's no information about like what charges. Like they're just holding them indefinitely. But it's funny on the the document for the hold, they still have Diener's name on everything.
Yeah. Why do you think?
Why? Oh, just I don't know. Just haven't gotten around to updating their forms, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess maybe you don't want to. I guess maybe you wait till after election just to make sure Shane is going to should be on all the forms going forward.
I can't believe this is real life that we've got. It's so crazy.
Right.
It's so stupid. It feels like
pretty,
a sitcom, but it's real life.
It's pretty stupid.
Do you recognize any of these cases off the top of your head?
I can't see that very well.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Let's see. No, I don't. But hashtag not a lawyer.
Hashtag not a lawyer. Statement of issue presented for review. Whether the state presented sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's see. Jury trial was held. This is how many months did they say this investigation took? Like months of investigating. How many hours? And they had to get a continuance, and yet the jury trial was a week max. Like that's. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but
yeah, I mean. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the length of this trial is certainly interesting, and I definitely curious to see whether, the defense puts on as long of a case as they might have if the motion in limine wasn't granted in full. Like, does that take away from some of their material? I really don't know, because I think it is presumptuous to be like, that was their whole case, and and now they don't have very much left. I don't know that their whole case isn't a lot of other stuff, and that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Because there's, people that have been following this case, okay, Frank's memo is 136 pages, big fucking deal. Like
Mhm.
if you've been following the case, you do know that whole angle is a tiny, tiny portion of like the iceberg that is what Delphi and like the suspects. You know, I mean, there's just so much more to it. So like, I'd be very skeptical that their case is like quote unquote gutted or anything like that.
ISP crime scene investigator, this is Ole, whatever, said that police tried to obtain fingerprints at the scene, but that no effort was made to get DNA from the drawers or their contents, which were dumped on the floor, or from the phone in the toilet. So, okay, they didn't try to get DNA. It's not great.
And just finish my thought here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll
Go
stop.
ahead.
But
No,
it's also just like, why does the state need such a long time to put on their case? Like, that's also unusual. Like, we see lots of these murder trials that are 5 days, you know?
mm-hmm.
Why do they need so much time?
I don't know why.
I guess the assumption is they're just going to parade a ton of witnesses that are basically like going to say, oh, I heard Rick Allen say this or something. But, like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Because I'm definitely skeptical of that most of this is going to pertain to, like, actual, like, evidence.
Yeah. I don't know. So this, I'm jumping around, but this is Ricky. Is his name Ricky or Richie? I don't know. Mr. Davis.
I think he's probably Ricky, but
Ricky.
I think probably just based on being in Indiana.
Where's Huntington? Huntington, Indiana. Where's that at? Do you know? No? Okay, me either.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. It's near Fort Wayne.
It is. Okay, interesting. So Ricky filed an appeal, I think in 2019. And his post-conviction, okay, so his appeal was denied. Shocker. Do they ever, I mean, I would love to see like some statistics on how frequently appellate
Well,
courts
if you got arrested out of Elkhart County, you sure as fuck getting your case overturned because they figured that county out, the appeals court, huh? Hey, you're gonna want to pull up the document called Ricci versus State.
Okay.
Oh, I just saw DB's chain. It says boss. That's pretty cool.
Isn't that really cool?
That's so cool.
So cool. He's pretty cool, right? Okay.
DB, he's all right.
He's just all right. 6/12/24. What's today? October 10th? This is brand spanking new. Y'all see this?
That's fancy.
Fancy. All right. Centurion.
They say that from prison,
Mm-hmm.
the best motion is the one you file,
Mm-hmm.
the one you write.
Yeah. Thank you, DP. And there he goes. So let's see what this is about. I think that I've read this before. He is at Newcastle. And Jason Carter is a person, the defendant is a person employed by Centurion. lead medical director of Newcastle.
Can
Citizen
you
of
make it
Indiana.
bigger?
What?
Can you make that a bit bigger?
Yes, I can. Is that good? Or, well,
Yeah, there we go.
okay.
For the audience here.
Okay. We're interested in this, right?
Yeah, I'm interested in this. Yeah, I wanted to see this document. It doesn't look like it's too long.
Okay. Defendant, Dr. Jason Carter, is a person employed by Centurion. He's the on-site lead medical director at Newcastle. He's a citizen of Indiana and is now being sued in both his official and individual capacity. This is where he can be located. Centurion is a privately owned corporation. This is where they're located. Mr. Davis has been diagnosed at the age of 7 with chronic asthma. This is bad. Davis began to experience difficulty in breathing as asthma attacks became daily. Davis placed medical health care request September 10th, 2022, notifying them of these asthma attacks, needing his albuterol inhaler ASAP. Oh God, asthma's really scary. On September 13th.
I mean, keep in mind this guy's a Nazi.
Huh?
I'd say just keep in mind this guy's a Nazi.
Well, Susan Hendricks would want you to know that people are redeemable. Anyways, check private chat.
Okay. Oh. I see. Okay. And
also, funny story real quick. It's really, really short. It's one of the shortest stories you'll ever hear me tell. It was, had the occasion to check my email. I thought somebody was going to be emailing me, right? And I'm stupid, as a person, as you can tell by my outfit here.
You click on
and
link.
I clicked, well, the thing popped up and it said Ricky Davis. I was like, yo, fucking this guy emailed me, bro. It was just the subject line, I get you.
That do be how subject lines work. I can hear Mothman making noises, so I don't think she's muted. I don't think she's muted.
I'm coming out to get more clothes. I'm freezing. Hold on. It's cold up in this bitch.
Should have put an extra hoodie in your bindle.
What?
You should have put an extra hoodie in your bindle.
I know. Okay. We're good. It's like the weird time of year in New York where it's like hot-ish during the day, but at night it gets fucking freezing. Okay. Thank you, Kat, by the way, for sending us the document, Goddess. Am I looking at the right thing? DB, the one you want me to show?
Yeah,
I have not.
Let's read through the rest of this.
Okay, seems like who cares?
See where he goes with this.
Let's see where he goes. Who cares what DB says? You're right. Davis was called to nurse. Davis called to a nurse, made contact with on-site pharmacy asking to get his inhaler. So this is 3 days after he made that initial request, I believe. However, it was stated there had been a stop by Dr. Carter that the doctor didn't believe Davis had asthma. He thought he was malingering asthma?
Well, see, now that I'm going to chalk up a point for usage of the word malingering, because that's that could be relevant.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, they like to accuse sick people of malingering, it seems. Right? Yeah, malingering asthma I've not heard before.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. It's asthma, like heart. I think that we've advanced Western medicine to the point where, like, these doctors, like, can tell whether somebody has asthma or not.
Why would he? What, he's gonna try and get it buzzed off of his albuterol? Give me a fucking break. And had he ever had been prescribed albuterol? Doesn't matter. Let's keep reading. You're right, Fiend. Let's keep reading. Nurse OG contacted medical records. It was confirmed he did in fact have asthma. And he had been on albuterol inhaler, according to medical records. The nurse then made contact with Dr. Carter to affirm the records indicated he had chronic asthma. Dr. Carter, by phone to Davis and the nurse, said he will not prescribe the inhalation medication or allow emergency pharmacy stocks until he sees him to place a healthcare complaint and to go through the process. So he wanted to see him and examine him in person. Davis was informed by the nurse that typically in such urgent cases, she's able to make contact for emergency access. However, not over the objection of the medical doctor. The nurse told him that. I'm not sure, Travis. I'm getting these in real time. This was filed, though, in June of this year, which is fairly recent, I feel, right? Oh, I know you're not laughing at asthma, Thomas Scott. No one would even dare think that. Catastrophe makes a great point that Rosie, I think, raised this point to Walla during, it was like the sassiest he got during the hearing was she accused at one point, she said or suggested that she thought Rick could have been malingering at one point, and attorney Rosie asked her, did you administer any malingering tests or standardized measures or anything? And she's like, no, I don't have any. And he's like, oh, just crayons. Yeah, there are tests to assess for that. And if you have a prescription, or if you've had a prescription in the past for albuterol, you probably have fucking asthma. I love Sassy Rosie. Me too. I think we'll probably see more of him. Okay. So the nurse could have made that determination on her own, except the medical doctor, for whatever reason, objected. So then the next day, Davis had another asthma attack. Correctional staff made contact to the main medical department. They were aware of the situation, but their hands were tied until the doctor issues an order. On September 21st, correctional officers called the annex nursing staff requesting assistance that he was having an asthma attack. Nurse makes contact to Dr. Carter to inform that he should place this order. His attacks are becoming closer together and appearing more aggressive. Davis files his second grievance, fearing the attacks may cost him his life. Again, Dr. Carter was aware of the seriousness of his non-actions. Thierry, I agree with this. Oops. Telling somebody that they're lying about not getting enough air in their lungs is evil. Yeah. On September 22nd, Davis had another attack. Another offender had to lend his albuterol inhaler. On September 22nd, the nurse again contacted medical. They informed that Dr. Carter left no order before he went home. On September 26th, it's fucking albuterol, dude. Like, it's not fucking... It's not like an opiate or like a benzo. It's fucking albuterol. So what if you don't think that he has asthma? If he thinks that he has asthma and he thinks that he can't breathe and it's impacting his ability to breathe, just give him the fucking inhaler. This is why I hate the prison institution. They just like hurting people and punishing people. They're all fucking sadistic, I think.
Well, I mean, I think there's also a point to be made that, like, you know, maybe being the doctor for a prison isn't like the top of the list of desirable outcomes for people, unless, you know.
Judge Jessica says maybe a Bible instead. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what Dr. Walla would do. So he placed another grievance. medical jeopardy. On September 30th, he had another asthma attack. Sergeant Smith, with correctional officer, demanded that medical better do something ASAP. This was their fourth attempt to intercept for Davis' ongoing condition. So the corrections officers are like calling medical for him, and like it's not like he's, you know.
I mean, it's also weird that, like, I don't know. I mean, who knows? And you don't. I mean, it's possible that maybe he is malingering on this sort of stuff, but they didn't seem to have an aversion. Like, he's borrowing an inhaler from another inmate. It doesn't seem like they're completely averse to providing this healthcare to some inmates.
It's just an inhaler. If you're having an asthma attack like they're describing, like, and I mean, you're not getting oxygen. You can tell when someone is not getting oxygen. Your lips turn blue. You're like, it's scary. On September 1st, he might have meant October, Davis contacts the ombudsman for outside mediation on his behalf. On October 5th, the nurse medication passer came to my cell stating that NP Kelly had to place the order finally delivering the medications for chronic asthma. "28 days," this Dr. Jason Carter. Okay, so that's his complaint. So this is the 8th Amendment. This is the cruel and unusual one, right? Included?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, well, this would explain why they're so stingy. Wow. Dr. Carter directly responsible for Richie. Through his actions and inactions, he demonstrated a disturbing level of deliberate indifference. Cruel and unusual punishment. This is what I believe, what I see as the most like egregious violation.
So I have a thought.
Yes, I want to hear your thought.
I'm reading this.
Tell me.
I mean, if this were to be like, if they're trying to make this really relevant, you know, I'm thinking, you know, it's the, you know, the lack of treatment for a pre-existing like condition, a known condition, and then being told that you're malingering and then not providing you treatment. I'm just like, makes me wonder a little bit, like, we don't know, like, you know, and probably rightly so, we don't know Rick Allen's medical records, but I wonder if it's possible that like he may have had like, you know, beyond the major depression, if he had previously experienced anything to where that would be in his medical records so that they would know that this was a possibility.
Did you know that Rick Allen had a heart condition before going into DOC?
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard that he had a heart attack.
He was on medication for it, and I don't think we've heard anything about, obviously we shouldn't know anything about his medical his medication.
I mean, I'm just saying all of his private citizen pre-existing medical records, like, I mean, I don't think people have those. So like, if you know, I'm just speculating very much so, like, but if he had previously had, you know, a psychotic episode in the past, like, the doctors there would know that. They would have his medical records, so they would know that, like, hey, this is something he may be predisposed to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I just, I don't know. Like,
yeah,
I think it's a tricky part for, like, if that were to be the case, it's tricky for the defense, because that doesn't necessarily sound great for a defendant if you like suffer some psychotic episodes. But
you don't think it helps the defendant?
I think that I mean, I think that there's pros and cons to it. Like,
yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, like, yes, a psychotic episode like might be the best explanation for false confession, but like also if you have a history of psychotic episodes, like did you kill somebody during a psychotic episode at some point? Like, I think the defense has a tricky, like they got to be very gentle with anything like that, because it's definitely not the best like situation to have to handle.
So now he's getting into the Centurion claims. They owed a duty of care to Mr. Davis to provide him with... well, here we go. Yeah, this is why they called him fiend. Obviously. Centurion breached his duty to Mr. Davis in the non-exhaustive ways by failing to adequately train employees or agents, including Dr. Carter, regarding constitutionally adequate medical care. That's fair. Failing to provide the supervision required to keep conduct reaching gross norms. Centurion's breaches of duty caused Mr. Davis to suffer extreme pain, suffering, and mental anguish. Centurion breached his duty were willful, wanton, and reckless. Feels pretty relevant. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that this probably, like, I thought this was the direction it was going, and I mean, I'd still leave it open that maybe this isn't what it's about, but I think that this probably supports it more than likely what this is about. But again, I mean, think of all the other possibilities for this guy.
Well, right. He could literally be IDOC witness. He could be Odinism witness. He could be excessive force witness. He could be witness to having some kind of knowledge or info related to the actual murders. He could be a Centurion witness. Like, there's so many things.
Right. He's a wild card.
Yeah.
I want to like him, but he's
a Nazi.
But he's a Nazi.
Well, we can maybe just then acknowledge perhaps that even Nazis can be useful at times. It can have a usefulness at times, maybe. Yeah. If it's for the greater good.
I don't know, man. The prison system.
I'm not doing that.
Prison system sucks. Like they're supposed to be rehabilitating these people. Like that's not what happens. Like a Nazi goes into prison, they become more Nazi. Like why? That's not helpful to society. Don't let that happen. Stop doing that. Like
right.
Like rehabilitate this motherfucker.
Right. Don't make him hate. Well, first of all, yes, I agree.
Second, I don't know any specifics about this guy. Maybe he did find Jesus and like is turning himself around. You know, that happened plenty too. I'm just saying that's generally not like the way the prison system goes. You know,
right?
Maybe that's the point. People become more indoctrinated, like by being in the system.
I do. Of course they do. I feel like am I still sharing my screen now? I feel like we actually at one point did have more. We had another Ricky something or other, but I'm interested now though because I feel like, you know how I feel about safekeeping, and Centurion and safekeeping are like inextricably connected.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this whole safekeeping business is kind of bit them because they had a lot of duties, and they like shit all over them. So like, like what were you doing? You would have been better off not doing the safekeeping because then you didn't have this higher bar,
right?
Like, but then you impose that bar because you wanted to like maliciously use it. But then you didn't follow the rules. Like, I mean, these people, like, I mean, it's frustrating. Like, we've got supposed to have some sort of civil society here, and the people that are like enforcing the rules and doing justice for people that break the rules and
Hey,
And protecting us from the people that broke the rules. They all don't follow
yeah.
the rules themselves. Like, what the fuck?
No, yeah.
Crazy.
No, true. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Fiend just must have been speakerphone or something. I understand. Hey, so I just realized this guy's in prison for 50 years. He's got
Yeah,
a
you know
50-year
why?
sentence.
I sent you this earlier. You know why?
I do know why, but you can say it.
No, I want you to say why.
I'll say why. He's dealing in a school zone. Allegedly. Right? Something like that?
Dealing in methamphetamine. 50 years.
Mm-hmm. Why? Why did they have that? What aggravated that charge?
I don't know.
They said that he
What?
was dealing within how many like yards of a youth because there was what, like a YMCA nearby or something.
Was dealing within undisclosed amount of yards, a distance in yards away from a youth facility.
Yeah.
Not a school. We don't know them. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a youth facility. Interesting.
I mean, it does seem harsh. I did look over some of his appeals sort of stuff, and yeah, I mean, the sentencing on this. I mean, this guy has a long rap sheet, which probably factors into the sentencing in this case, but it does seem particularly harsh sentencing.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the auto theft, receiving stolen body parts, auto parts, maybe. Theft, receiving stolen property, he's got a couple of receiving stolen properties there, Fiend, that he did 3 years consecutively for.
It's not violent though. I mean,
Attempted controlled substance registration. Not familiar with that crime.
What is it?
Controlled substance registration.
Okay.
2002
Yeah,
charge.
I'm with you. I'm not a big fan of the non-violent like crimes getting this, and I get this tricky situation when you talk about meth or fentanyl, but yeah.
Ooh,
Why? It's
two charges
because
for conspiracy to commit forgery.
You can get people killed doing that.
You're more
3
likely to kill yourself, though. I mean, dealing, I'm interested in what they mean by, like, how are they? Well, go ahead. I'm sorry, DB.
There's a 2010 conviction for possession of methamphetamine, 6 years. Possession. Cool. He's got 3 charges for forgery. That's unbelievable that he would forge a document. Wow. And receiving stolen property. So, victim, well, I'm going to say, addict, these are very common charges for people in active addiction. I'm not saying that's an excuse by any means, but auto theft, receiving stolen auto parts. He did a catalytic converter.
He was scrapping? He scrapped a, yeah.
Ricky did a catalytic converter
Ricky.
transfer. It happens.
Ricky. Come on, Ricky. 50 years, though. Nothing in that. He doesn't have a single violent charge, right?
Well, according to Fiend, Officer Fiend over here, there could be fentanyl in the meth. So
no, I'm not saying that. I'm just
well, was he dealing though?
I'm saying you can get killed from meth as well.
Right.
Yes, the society does tend to throw away, people who are addicted to drugs and not give them proper treatment and not provide them with support services.
I'm with you.
Suspend and bully a social worker who's like trying to actually do good for people because never mind, I'm not gonna go.
No, I'm with you. I mean, I think that like, hey, better system is probably just like decriminalizing all of it and just focusing on rehabilitation and treatment.
Did they charged him with dealing because of the quantity of drugs that they allegedly found? Is that the whole reason they charged him with dealing instead of possession?
Well, thankfully it wasn't a federal crime. You didn't even need to get drugs. and they can charge you with dealing
So
without even
what is that
finding you with
called?
drugs in
It's
it.
not ghost. It's what is
Ghost
it?
dope.
Ghost dope. Yeah. I thought you were joking when you told me. Remember you told me that? And I was like, wait.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, right, dude.
I was like, haha. I didn't think that was a real thing because it's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, and if you have a gun, they
What
find a
is
gun.
what is ghost dope? Can you-
They can reconstruct the amount of drugs you sold through witness statements.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, and if you had like a gun at that time, you can get what's called a
Man, they're getting so crafty with their bullshit. Like,
well, that's federal.
they,
Yeah.
they used to just plant the drugs, you know? Like,
Right, they don't even do it now.
wait, they don't have any
They
balls.
don't even do
anymore.
that anymore.
They don't have
Well, if you have a
balls.
firearm in possession of a drug trafficking crime, you can get 924C stacking, which you can get 40 years for someone just saying you had a gun while you sold drugs and they didn't even find them on you.
Fucking stupid.
Look it up. Gotta go by.
Bye. This one was interesting to me. This is also fairly recent. It's not one of these 4 individuals named, but it is Walla. So this is from April 24th, 2024.
You know, I'm gonna change my explanation. I think the reason they're so weird about Walla is because her name rhymes with Valhalla.
Valhalla, Dr. Walla.
Yeah,
Dr. Walla Halla.
that's my final stance on it.
That's really funny. Dr. Walla Halla. You're probably right. Okay. So this base, I just want to read a part. So Mr. Johnson initiated his case, filing a vague complaint against 10 different defendants, seemingly unrelated. So this is just where they shred his complaint to bits. But he's suing Dr. Walla for inadequate mental health treatment. I just want to find, I know that in one of these they lay out, like, they have his actual where is it? His actual, the complaints that he like authored and wrote and left. This is probably it. Oh, these are affidavits from is former Indiana Department of Corrections Commissioner Robert Carter, is there any relation to the other Carter that we know of?
Who's Robert Carter? I mean, we can
Former commissioner of Indiana Department of Corrections. Robert Carter. I feel like at one point someone may have debunked that, but I also don't know for sure if we did or not, and that feels maybe important. God, I hate fucking prison.
Yeah, it's not great.
Not that I've like been, but like it just fucking sounds like hell. It is hell on earth. If you're guilty, imagine if you're not and you're in there, you know?
Right. I mean, even if you're guilty, I mean, like, dude, what are we doing here? Like, yeah. I mean, the thing that's really crazy is to like look at what they do in like the Netherlands or something. Like,
I know.
Oh, dude, like, yes, they're just like creating a hell here, and then they just feed it. Like, there's so many people that they're putting in prison.
Yeah, I know. What is WC Westville? Oh, interesting. This might be interesting. You see this, Fiend?
It's pretty small, but I can kind of see it.
I'll make it bigger. So this is Jackson versus Gallipo. This is another inmate. This was filed April 24th.
Why is this guy the former warden?
It's a great question.
He didn't want to be the warden anymore?
I don't know. I don't think we got an answer, although he did kind of get roasted for switching to, for kind of getting a demotion, as they called it. Although I would argue that putting somebody, I mean,
I don't know. Would you really want to be a warden?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. But also, what does that say about the amount of value and importance that we place on women and girls in this country in general in society, when just the fact that the warden, who's an authoritarian figure, is put is given charge over an entire facility of 50 plus young women and girls who are vulnerable, who are incarcerated. Like, I would argue that that's a very important position with great authority and responsibility. So for them to be like, oh, you got a demotion to the girls' prison, like, you're going to put a guy that's a corrupt motherfucker in a prison with more vulnerable, like, get fucked. You know what I mean? I didn't appreciate that. I didn't appreciate that at all. So
I'm with you, Ange. Get fucked.
Yeah, get fucked, you know? Like, I don't like the way that they're framing that. It is funny that if he did get a demotion, that's funny. Not that I agree with that being labeled as a demotion, but if he did indeed if it was a punitive transfer or something, that's kind of funny. Anyway, Mr. Jackson filed a grievance. I was transferred here to Westville on February 21st or 22nd of 2023. Put on B2 dorm. I put a grievance in about the conditions of the dorms. Sinks were falling off the wall, standing water on the floor, no shower heads. It was filthy. I was moved to D2W. The conditions were just as bad. I moved to IC side around March. I was moved to RWI for the program. I'm on a dorm where, once again, the shower has water pooled. So he's complaining about how disgusting it is in there, which I certainly believe. He's just asking them to fix the dorm, the showers, hallway, no ventilation, sewage, lovely, lovely, lovely. There's mouse droppings. I find them on my bed, my property. I clean myself every morning. There's no food anywhere. I'm appealing the decision from 11/16/2023 from Shannon Smith. The issues have not been resolved. Okay. Who is Shannon Smith? So I'm just fucking around. I'm just curious about what, like, the grievance process is for.
You write your letters and they get denied. That's the
and they ignore.
That's the whole process.
I bet you're right. I bet you're right.
Whole process.
Oh
shit! 76-yard touchdown by Deebo Samuel.
Is that your Colts?
No.
Who is it?
It's Thursday Night Football. It's San Francisco 49ers, but he's on my fantasy team, so that's how we root for players.
Yay. Rosie says, go, Ange. I don't know what I was saying, but thank you, Rosie. This was probably when I was clapping about women. Human rights are at Gold's discretion. Yeah. After hearing the state's evidence, she found that people whose human rights were violated were actually, look, emphasis on actually, treated better than people.
Always doing a funny.
I love when she does funny. Depression does not generally lead to psychosis. Yeah. So for Judge Gold to dismiss his diagnosis of major depression as not severe is really just more abhorrent and outrageous than anything that she's done, in my opinion, because if you have severe major depression and you're either not being treated appropriately or mistreated, like,
I mean, that I would not rank that as number one. It's bad. It's very, very bad. Like,
well, there's levels.
I probably blame, like, she's probably just ignorant. Like, that's probably that.
But she put that in a court order. That's my thing.
Right.
Anything to hold that belief.
It's awful. The worst thing, and I'll still attack this. Number one, all time, is
she cleared Brad Holder.
No, well, that's pretty bad too.
What?
Which is just an outright lie.
Right.
The worst thing is when she like wanted to put private citizens and like she threatened private citizens like with indefinite incarceration.
Oh yeah.
With having no authority to do so,
Yeah.
and put that shit in an email that we all now see. Like,
Yeah.
what an insane thing, like egomaniac
Mhm.
type of thing to say. She
Mhm.
does not have that authority. They can't do that. And
She
then
don't care.
and then the trickle down effect of that was fucking horrific. Because the prosecutor and law enforcement took her statements and used them like a weapon.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Which was that's the worst thing. Like, justice for Kyle Fortson.
I agree with you. I agree with this. Judge Gull is setting mental health back 50 years. Yeah. She'll allow and offer proof for Rick Allen to be sick.
I now think that the PCA is probably signed.
What after all that? Why?
Well, because page 8 is just missing. Because that was the realization. The page 8 is just, it's they
lost it.
They redacted a whole fucking page.
All it is a signature.
Well, page 8 isn't just a signature. Page 8 is the end of their it is a conclusion statement, and it is the name of the affiant, and it's the date, and it's the signature.
I can't believe it.
But and they're all things that are just like those are like the basic requirements of a PCA. So like they basically just didn't give us the PCA, like, because all the main requirements are not in it.
Yeah. DB would like you to know, Fiend, that you're
Why am I a coward?
You're a coward and a charlatan, because we have spent how many weeks and months going to battle for you in this page 8, and now we learn that you think there may in fact be a page 8 with a signature on it.
Yeah, but we don't have it. I mean, it's the same argument. We just shifted a little bit. Yes.
You have to inform us when we're shifting.
I'm gathering up all my troops, and it's the royal we.
You're standing up for the state over page 8, says DB.
No,
he's working on a slam poetry piece.
I want page 8, and you know who are cowards? The media are cowards for not requesting this, and all the lawyers are cowards.
I agree. I do agree.
And there's a very specific reason page 8 was omitted. It doesn't even have to do it probably somewhat has to do with, yes, we want to omit all of this information, all of this basic information. Name of the affiant, date it's filed.
Yeah.
But the big part is what they didn't want to show was part of the PCA. And it's that the PCA, like the conclusory statement, has nothing to do with a murder. It only references kidnapping.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they didn't want to show to people, because they filed felony murder charges, but they don't want the public to know that those aren't the same as murder charges, and their whole PCA only pertains to a kidnapping charge. And it's insane that when they amended the charges, they had every right to redraft their PCA, and they said, nah. They don't want people to know what they think, because they don't think anything. They don't have anything in their head as far as a theory of this crime or case. They don't have a theory or a crime of the case. All they have is what we know is what's going to come, and it's false confessions and bullet, maybe a scratch on a bullet, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's see what it is. Let's see what these quote unquote confessions are. Like, there is so much evidence in this case, and none of it is being brought into this trial by the state.
You know.
Where is this evidence, and who does it implicate?
Good question. Yeller's here. I think the defense needed to drag in the prison doctor and have an expert of their own at the hearing.
Yellow said she thought I was right.
When? I missed that.
It was on Twitter, or about the Centurion thing. But
say morphine.
I think I'm more right now after we read it.
Oh, about him being.
I think I'm giving all the weight to malingering. I think you use malingering. That's it. That's a big point.
Especially if you're not administering the proper and appropriate and available assessments and tests and measures to appropriately, accurately, thoroughly assess and diagnose malingering.
My understanding is that a medical diagnosis for asthma is a pretty straightforward process.
Pretty straightforward.
Like a doctor can do that.
Mm-hmm.
And they're gonna come up with a yes or no. They're gonna be like, yes, you have asthma, or no, you don't have asthma. You just think you have asthma. But like, and weird how these prison doctors reach the opposite conclusion of doctors that just operate in the real world. Yellow Jacket, a Nazi with a Centurion beef. The possibilities are endless for his role. It's exactly what I said. He's the wild card. He's the wild card. He could be anything.
Yeah, he could be. I think it's Centurion related for sure.
It could. What if it's multi-purpose, like multitasking? Like, what if he can testify to multiple things?
That would be fun.
That would be fun. I feel like hey, you've only got so many days for a trial. Like, maybe you just like Lord.
Sorry, Finkel. I don't know why that makes
I'm just saying, if you only have 50 days for a trial, I think if you want to pack your information in. So if you can get like some prison inmates that can be like, yeah, like I know who the killer is, and yeah, I know all about Odinism, and oh yeah, like the Centurion is like colluding to deny medical health care. Like that's called efficiency. Good job. Good job for efficiency.
Yeah, like a multi-witness, a multifaceted witness. You're covering all your bases with one. With just one Nazi.
It's very efficient. That would be a good way to go if you've got a lot of things to pack in. They really wanted full 2 weeks to put on their case, so maybe they have a lot of things.
I feel
Yellow
like
Jacket says Centurion provides all of the medical professionals for IDOC. Yes, correct. Which is, I'm sure that's a big contract for them. I'm sure that like makes them a lot of money.
Like billions of dollars. They're in like 6 or 8 or something.
Oh, I don't know about that age.
Fiend. They're in like 7, 12 states. Yeah, they're enormous.
Oh, really?
They just keep Oh yeah, they just
Oh.
keep changing their name. But yeah, they're like the #1 private healthcare contractor for prisons
Oh shit.
in the
Well, there you
U.S.
go.
Yeah,
There you go.
which is why they're like pretty hard to. They're pretty impermeable, but they're also.
Well,
But they're also
that's why she's got a whole full like contingent like security contingency
right. Yeah.
because she has the huge like 1 year contractors as a huge case.
What did you do to Bonkers DB? Did you block her? Oh, you got her back. Okay. Whew. My God.
Who is that? I don't even know who that is.
Bonkers she's one of us. She's amazing. She
Is
is
one of us always you or DB?
no, one of us is just I don't actually know. I think that it started like trying to take back remove the negative connotation to the cult accusations by speaking as if we are in fact a cult, and now it's kind of turned into like
wait, were there cult accusations? I may have missed that part.
oh my God. Yeah, you're in it. Didn't you know?
I'm in the cult.
Oh yeah,
I'm not even on Discord or in any group chats or anything.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. But the facts, the evidence don't matter, Fiend. You're being ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous.
Everybody is somebody else. Times 1,000, times 1,000,000. Everybody's somebody else.
Hi, Peggy. Will you be covering the witness list? You mean the 4 inmates that were named today, or if there's a longer witness list? I don't think I know of it.
The 4 we've covered pretty well. I think we've covered it pretty thoroughly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think if there's any facet of these 4 that we haven't really covered.
Rosie, that's the fun part about it. Fiend didn't know either, and he's one of the key members. He's one of the top members in the cult pyramid, and he didn't even know about it. It's like a fun surprise. You're the most upsetting right
Right.
Bro, Fiend, you are the cult.
Right.
You didn't know that? Yellow says Centurion has major contracts with Indiana and Idaho DOC. Yeah, I think that there's like a fuck ton of states. Actually, Missouri or I don't remember exactly, but I know that there's at least like more than half a dozen last I checked, and they keep adding to them. Like in the past year, they've probably added like 2 or 3 entire states. So it's pretty crazy. Florida, yeah, Florida's a big one. Thank you, Judge Jessica.
Oh, I thought Judge Jessica was. I thought that was you.
Me? How many people do you think I am?
Personally, I don't think you're probably one person.
Right. How many alts do you think I got? I can barely navigate and drive my own StreamYard.
That's how I am when people like think that I'm anybody else. Like,
Well, Fiend, those that know you know that. We would never accuse you of.
I'm one.
Do you remember? Oh God, that's crazy. Do you remember when you asked me at DB how to share a picture, and you asked if you needed to create an entirely new and separate StreamYard profile to add a picture to the stream? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do recall that. What? You're making fun of me for that? Okay, cool.
It was funny. It was not. Well, it was like a teachable moment, you know. And now you know how to do it, right? You could do it on your own if you had.
I still don't know how to do it.
I thought that we explained. I thought
that in my mind, that's still the only way that's possible.
Yeah, I thought that DB gave you very
DB
clear.
does not give me any useful technology tips. Zero.
I can't believe that.
He DMs me and it's just bro, and that's it. No context, just bro. All right.
So your conversation's just like you and DB going back and forth, throwing each other.
Right. Pretty much.
Nice.
Pretty
It's
much.
adorable. It's really cute.
Are you doing some hurricane coverage?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I don't feel like it's appropriate. I'm not anywhere near it.
Oh, I just hear a lot of wind in the background.
Oh, it's windy as fuck. Yeah, I'm about to die. It's freezing. But I'm also about to go inside, so I'm going to hang up and then see you in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Gray Hughes did hurricane coverage. LOL. I hope DB is joking because I'm sorry I missed that. Like, I'm like drastically sorry that I missed Gray Hughes hurricane coverage. Guilty pleasure confession here. I watched some of JLR's hurricane coverage, and it was underwhelming. DB says, LOL. I said, wow, this is less of a disaster than your true crime content. True. 100% true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Bonkers Babe says he must have saw the money JLR was making. Dude, I don't think these people are making very much money. Like, not these losers. It could be some. Aw, D, don't say that about yourself. Saying mean things to Gray Hughes is never unbecoming of anybody. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on this channel, but I just said it. Roxanne Wynn says JLR has a good spot covering Scientology, faking helping prepare Clearwater for the hurricane. Dude, I was gonna go to like Tampa and get like the audit with my buddy because like we were just not like into that thing, but like it seems interesting. But then I started interacting with them, and she called the whole thing off. So I didn't get to go do that because I got in too deep because I have a curious nature, being a cat and whatnot. Really says, dude. Rosie Palfy says, what audit? So, like, for Scientology, what they do is, like, there's, like, an audit process where they, like, ask you a bunch of questions and put you through, like, I mean, I don't know. You can't call it psychological because it's not even, like, it's just gibberish. But, like, there's a whole process to, like, attempt to indoctrinate you into Scientology. Apologies to any Scientologists out there. That's my disclaimer. Royal, yes, I know Ron Hubbard. I know Ron Hubbard was a sci-fi comic writer. I own multiple sci-fi Ron Hubbard books.
Bro, let me just say,
yeah,
there is nobody in the world. We've been friends for what, 2 decades, right? We've known each other personally for a long time.
Sure.
There's nobody. What?
Sure.
Yeah, there is nobody. And I'm telling you, nobody less auditable by Scientology than fucking Fiend, dude.
Probably.
Dude, could you fucking imagine?
All right.
Tom Cruise?
That's why I was so disappointed with my buddy. She was freaked out about it. I'm like, dude, like they're not gonna get anything from me.
Ron Hubbard, right? Like, I want to see is there any evidence of Ron Hubbard? Where's the evidence? Like, I don't think they have actual evidence of that.
Right. I am a stickler for some evidence.
You're just
except for electric wear cats. That's just my one exception. You know, I ruled everything else out. But electric wear cats, I'll entertain it with no evidence.
Ange, could you imagine Fiend getting audited by a Scientologist? How they would be like, "Sir, you're the fucking chosen one. We cannot get to you at all." I was just gonna do a blanket and not listen. I'm gonna have a little blanket. I'm gonna make my eyes real big and have a snack and sniff my nose and flip off and do a flip.
Every time I blow my nose, they make another video about me snorting cocaine. Can't even blow my nose anymore.
Yep. I think it's anti-Semitic, honestly.
It is anti-Semitic.
I agree. I think it's anti-Semitic. And they can fuck all the way off.
Dude, I would love to see a Scientologist, like Prime Leah Remini. How do you say your last name? Remini? Trying to convert Fiend into Scientology.
Convert who? Fiend, you said? Holy
Yeah.
fuck, that'd be funny.
Can we make a Netflix special out of this?
On you?
Anything.
Yeah, brother. We need a Netflix special.
Yeah,
What
brother.
you got going on, dude?
I think people
You know,
would watch
there's a what?
I think people would watch that.
Yeah, I was saying in her prime.
I'm very pretty, so I think that like people probably would watch it, just regardless.
Courtney, I agree with this.
I
Although
highly doubt that, actually. I think Manson was a fucking dork, dude.
yeah, same.
You guys would have pushed him into a trash can, you two.
Yeah, no, Courtney and I would. Oh my God, Courtney, we would.
You guys would literally laugh at him
So
and
bad.
probably pee your pants when he
Yeah,
tried.
we would.
You guys
He
would
would
look at
just.
each other?
Yeah. He would just leave. He'd run away. He would be so just demoralized and abused from all the negging, you know.
Yeah. And, you know, opiates and drugs that he was dosing people with. Like, people make him out to be a psychological genius that was manipulating. No, he was dosing poor kids, dude.
Yeah, I thought I was just a failure, like a loser, and also like not man enough to do anything on his own. You got other people to do his shit for him. Like someone else I know. I'm not gonna name names. Jerry Holman.
Pacers win. Update for Indiana folks.
Huh? What's Fiend?
I thought the Pacers were an international brand.
I mean, they have a lot of international
Pascal
players.
Siakam.
Right, and Benedict Mathurin. We got a lot of Canadians. Andrew Nemhard.
Yeah, Sabonis.
We just drafted an Australian guy.
If you're not going to start a basketball show.
You and Fiend?
We traded Sabonis away. So
Fiend and I
can't really hear Fiend. His audio's cutting out. Your
He's
audio.
an effeminate voice, and I have a booming, deep, masculine voice. I don't mean to overpower him so easily.
So effortlessly. I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. Well, but yours kind of does the thing where it comes in super, super faint and then it gets super loud. It's fickle.
I see.
I mean, it hasn't been doing that today, but in the past, it had an occasion to do that once or twice.
Okay, what do we think about Ricci, huh? Good guy or no? I'm thinking turn his life around. I think he shared a couple swastikas on Facebook. Like, you know.
Yeah, he did a
I wouldn't do
swastika.
that. I wouldn't do that. But like,
You wouldn't?
no. Look at me. I would never do that. I
Nothing.
appreciate,
I mean,
you
he
know,
does have
I
a lot of
appreciate
tattoos, doesn't he?
he's got some tattoos. Yes, they are. Some would say he's got them all. He's got every tattoo you could get. He's running out of room.
They're all press-ons though, and henna, right?
Yeah, henna.
You're a big henna guy.
Oh, I went through a big henna phase.
Yeah, that's because you have olive skin.
Yeah, henna looks really good on olive skin.
You know, Fiend, you're an interesting character, but I think that your visual appeal is really just that people can't place where you're from. You know.
I want to change the color of
I
this
mean,
light.
it's happened a lot of times. People come up to me speaking Spanish, and I'm just like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
What
Yeah.
color do we want to go tonight? It's late. We're going to change. How about this? How about purple? I always go to purple. Fiend, pick a color. Any color. We're at the part of the
You
evening
said
where...
purple. I'm going purple.
Purple? Okay, fine. All right, twist my arm, Fiend.
Can we do
No.
black?
I want to go
I
blue.
don't have a black.
We do,
Blue for my profile picture.
But we were just blue. Forever.
do
wanna
Patrick
go back to
Westfall's
blue?
favorite color and do white.
Yeah. Yeah, you know,
Do polar bear, please.
polar bear colored. Yellow says regarding Ricky, Mr. What's his last name?
Yeah, he's got about 50 years to figure it out.
Ricky Davis. Who was a basketball player, by the way? I bet. Man, shit. Did he play with Whiteside?
Excuse me?
Something.
Ricky Davis. Did Ricky Davis and Whiteside ever play together? That I feel like the overlap might not be there.
Don't look like a fucking joke to you, dude.
Probably few.
Fiend, dude, how'd you end up in Indiana?
Yeah, how did you end up in Indiana from the straight?
How did I end up in Indiana? I was born in Indiana, motherfuckers. I've been here longer than all y'all.
Oh, I thought you were Laotian or something, dude.
Fiend and I
Laotian Greek, I thought maybe.
I don't have any northern lights where I am, Sleuthy. Do you? Sleuthy! Click this link. Do
Maybe
it.
that's just so wrong. I'm not none of those things, even close.
Who has northern lights where they are? I always miss them. I'm usually either asleep or I forget. And then
No, you can't see him from Cyprus.
Yeah. True. True. That's very true. Wait, are you sure? Yeah, I probably can't. My sister is in Alaska, and she sends me pictures of the northern lights all the time. It's pretty cool.
I went to Alaska one time, and it's gorgeous.
Where were you?
I was like, what's that?
Operation Cold
We went over everywhere. Like, I mean, did like a 1 week cruise and then a 1 week RV thing. This is a childhood family vacation. And we were at one of the campgrounds. I mean, I think I was like 13 or 14 or something, but like
Fiend did the childhood.
no, like random campers are walking by, going like, got any heroin? Got any heroin? Alaska is cooked, man. It is a cooked place.
Hooked?
It's cooked. Yeah, they've had a drug problem there.
Oh, cooked with. Oh, you mean drugs? I thought you meant like yeah.
Probably lots of things.
All eyes is positioned based off of drone footage.
Yeah. Fairbanks for 5 years. Oh, you have to be in Colorado. Got it.
Oh my God.
Alaskans just ask random kids on vacation for heroin.
I mean, we have a guest. Sit up.
Sleuthy, last night before we went live, I messaged Sleuthy and Yellow, and I was like, "I want you both to come on the live. I'll send you the link in a little bit." Guess what? I never did. I never.
You sent a link. You're like, "Here's the link for tonight," and I didn't even think to like look at it until she was about to be by herself when you were leaving. And I was like, "I'll come up and keep her company," and then I clicked it, and it brought me right back to where I was.
I wonder what I did wrong. Could have been anything. I mean, let's be real. It could have been anything. Welcome.
Thanks. What are
What
you
did
all
you think?
talking about?
We're talking about well, what the boys, the men were discussing. I don't know what they're discussing. I just got back. What were you talking about? Tattoos? Ricky Davis.
Tattoos. I have 0 tattoos.
Me too, Sleuthie.
Wow, there's a whole like culture divide in this chat now.
Kind of. I'm told that once I get one that
You'll get a bunch.
Once you get one, you'll have a Hep C.
Oh my god. Also,
Well, that's not true. I got my only tattoos like 25 years ago, and I didn't like become an addict or anything like that.
like you self-administered your tattoos with like a safety pin and ink?
No, absolutely not. I'm not a psych.
Oh, okay. Me either.
So disclaimer. I did it while I was in high school, like, but that's my.
You did what?
You did a nautical star shoulder tattoo?
No. I had a couple friends. I had a friend that tried to like pierce my nose with like a earring gun from Claire's, whatever, and it did not work. It did not pierce, so it just gets stuck.
Oh, nightmare.
Oh, which
and, like,
part of
it
your
had
nose?
to be, like, pried off. So not great.
Which part of your nose?
Does it matter?
It's just like the side, like.
Terrible no matter what. Also, I was lying. I have many tattoos.
Oh.
So
now Ange is the only.
Yeah, I was gonna say
outlier.
What a loser! What a loser! What should I? Well, I'll get one right now. What should I get? Tell me. I'll do it. I just want you to like do. What should I do?
I'll give you a tattoo.
Yeah, of what?
That's never.
Don't answer that.
Get Judge Gull on your bicep.
As Ursula.
She is Ursula. She really does remind. She reminds me of so she's a combination of Ursula and Miss, that really mean psychopathic teacher from Matilda. What's her name?
Trunchbold.
Yeah. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, the lady with like the oily bun and puts them in like the jerk
and like the leader hoses. That's Judge Gull.
What do they call it?
Get a pelican tattoo.
I should.
Yeah, I don't know. Like we need a poll. Like, come up with some options. Let's do a poll for the chat. What Ange's tattoo is gonna be.
Trunch Gull. Miss Trunch Gull. Get it?
That's perfect.
Oh yeah, you can literally see a tattoo. Is that your? You can literally see your tattoo in your picture. I didn't even notice. My God.
Yeah, well, yeah, that one is my whole forearm.
Tor's excited to get the Vinlander symbol.
Lucy is the most open about her tattoos.
I'm a what?
The most open about her tattoos.
Oh yeah, I mean,
because
DB
and I both hide behind like complete secrecy.
Oh yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Here, so there's like weirdos.
Fian, I've seen you in person. I'm sure I saw a tattoo, although it was quite cold. So,
well, if you did, you clearly can't remember. So,
no.
Yeah, I was not wearing shorts. I'm not a weirdo. It was freezing. You made us go out there while it was freezing.
You all did look very cold.
It was really cold.
It was so cold.
Mine are very like I couldn't do anything. Like they're very recognizable. Like if I did something and then someone
like a crime,
right? Don't
is this you?
Crimes,
like I could not say no.
Don't commit any crimes. You're identifiable.
Yeah.
These are good suggestions. Woman says I should get a rune. She's gonna get a rune tramp stamp. Love that.
I totally think that you should get Odin's spear on your cheek.
on my cheek.
I would say you should get an NFC chip embedded into your armpit so that Holman doesn't have to use an indigent circumstances being exigent circumstance.
Indigent, exigent, indigent,
Indigenous.
indigenous. Yeah. What is that? Like a tracking chip?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm having a chip.
You're doing a chomp? Sleuthy, what do you think about these 4 transport orders for these 4 different potential witnesses?
I don't know. I think it's Keegan was interesting because I thought they like weren't allowed to even mention his name.
Right.
So, of course, she could deny all of these, but also they could be wanting these people for something entirely different, like not Odin. Or see, I'm reading the thing, and now I'm saying what I'm reading, but maybe not third party stuff. Maybe she's gonna ask them about, or maybe they're gonna ask him. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with his treatment. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because when he went to Wabash, I might be wrong, but when he went to Wabash, wasn't Keegan there, and then they moved Keegan somewhere else?
He was in Wabash, and then it was like almost right when they moved Rick there. They put him into. Did they put him in what, Newcastle, or I forget where they moved him? If anyone knows, but yeah, they did move him.
So they weren't in the same facility even for like a day.
That I'm not sure.
Because if they weren't, then that doesn't make any sense. But if they were, then it's possible Keegan saw something. I don't know.
My theory is that dude is Ricci is a gang dropout, so he's in protective custody, and Keegan is too. They called Keegan, and this guy's gonna say that Keegan confessed to him. Mark it.
I would actually put at least some chips in that.
Yeah, but I thought they can't do that. Like I thought they can't do that.
Oh, doesn't mean they're gonna be able to. I'm just saying that's the
that will be their
play.
try.
No, yeah, I mean,
you know what?
You've got a lot of situations where people are going to get up on the stand and like there's going to be objection hearsay. Well, like that's probably going to happen.
Well, I have a question. If they're going to do the what is she going to let them do? My brain's not working.
Offer of
proof of an offer.
Yeah, if she lets them do
an
that,
offering, if you will, a sacrifice.
But do they have to be there? Like I was under the impression that what that is they go to present the testimony like with the person there. She says no, but you could do an offer to prove, and then that's when they say what that testimony would have been.
Yeah, I don't know if that's something more of a pre-trial thing or if that's really going to happen like in a trial. I mean, I think she's going to have to do a voir dire with these witnesses to see if like what they're going to testify to is like appropriate for the jury to hear, and then she'll decide like case by case on yes,
they're all going to be no.
Yes,
but
yes
also,
or no.
This is going to be infuriating. I hope that like when the trial starts that we finally get all those transcripts we don't yet have from Jody. I doubt it very seriously, but it would be really great if we could. That way there'd be something,
absolutely not going to get
something to do. Yeah.
Anything you haven't gotten, you're not going to get
before Monday.
I mean, she already ruled on this. You'll get stuff after there's a conviction and after sentencing. That's already what she said. We have to go by what she says because she's the authority.
Well, that's for the trial stuff. I'm talking about the transcripts that she already said she was going to be working on. Basically, she put the timing to be like right when the trial starts. Like she wasn't going to start them till late September from the July into August hearings because we're missing a ton of testimony.
Yeah, we are.
from Yeah.
Important.
All I got to say is for the good of the state and for the good of the defense and the defendant and the prosecution and the families and everybody there, for the love of God, let Max Baker operate the computer.
Seriously.
they,
Seriously.
they need the Gen Z kid to do the computers.
I really
Yeah.
like Max.
You said you don't like Max?
I really like Max.
She
Oh.
said she
like
I
does
was
like
about
it.
to.
No,
I
I
like
mean, so
I like him like him.
I had to process that part a little bit. Like the whole thing with him is that he's also a witness. That's the whole thing.
Right. But the motion is
so
a
is attorneys.
motion.
Yeah,
No.
you know who I'm wondering about? Like, dude, this prosecution is bad, not good. They're bad. Like they don't know what they're doing.
They're bad guys.
No, it's not that they're bad. I mean they're like not competent. Not that they're evil. Like they're, dude. They probably saw this filing and were like, "Oh shit, we probably need to do the same thing with like Steve Mullen."
Yeah, no
How
shot at
how
Steve
is this
Mullen,
guy
dude.
not a witness, but he's also not allowed to help us? He needs to be able to help
No,
us.
he is
Like,
a witness, Fiend. It's not that they're not a witness, it's that they're allowed to sit in and assist with like they
right,
don't have
but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, that's their discovery guy. How do they not need him as well? And they probably didn't even know that they needed to file such a thing.
You mean the state?
The state.
Well, they'll have their top cop, whomever that is, will be there kind of like
Well, no, but then that's the point. Like you have to file if somebody's going to be a witness. You have to file something for them to be able to assist you during the case.
yeah.
And I think that whatever applies to Max probably applies to other people for the state, and they didn't even know.
Yeah, well, that won't be a problem because Judge Gull will just nudge him and do it for him on the day of or something.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You know what? She's pretty lazy, so and
Yeah.
honestly, if they're counting on her to like bail them out all the time, I think they're running out of time.
That's fair. Sleuthy.
What?
Thank you for joining us. I just want to make sure you have the floor if you want it.
No, I'm just listening.
She's like, I'm just chilling. I'm seeing a lot of people on Twitter tagging the ACLU and stuff, asking them.
Well, I personally communicated with the ACLU, and it was a pretty straightforward interaction.
Say more.
I reached out to the ACLU about this case like a long time ago, and it was very, very like black and white. They do not take third-party requests. The request has to come from the first party. So the request has to come directly from Rick Allen, or his power of attorney being Kathy, maybe, and that's it. So I attempted to get that information into their hands. I have no idea whether that information got into their hands, whether they would care if that information got into their hands. I assume they probably didn't ever do anything about it, even if it got to them. But that's all there is to it.
I think I was told by someone who'd know that like the ACLU won't do anything anyway.
Yeah, they won't.
That it's not.
I don't know that they won't do. No, yeah, I disagree with that. The ACLU will definitely take action in cases or
Yes, but
I mean they do have an aversion to like criminal cases, but you've got in this specific scenario. I mean, whether they do or don't, like the request has to come from the party. That's it.
oh, see, they didn't say that when I was talking to this person about it. They didn't say like that it had anything to do with, say, what kind of charges he was charged with, or like it had nothing to do with that. It had to do with like nothing like that. It just was simply him like as a prisoner. It's not really where they step in typically.
Well, I mean that's correct. Yeah, in criminal case pre
You'd think that would be enough.
pre verdict, yes,
Mhm.
that's technically accurate. But like, I mean, I'm telling you, I spoke with the ACLU directly, and like, what I know is that
They told you to have
if
Richard
they
Allen
want,
add them to his list.
they would be willing to intervene if, like, they will evaluate the situation, but the request had to come from Richard Allen directly.
So how's he supposed to phone them? Should he write a letter?
Yeah,
Wonder if
that's
he
how
has
it
the
works.
address.
Yeah,
No.
that's the whole thing. He could write a letter, or like Kathy is his power of attorney.
Well,
Like,
Kathy has a lawyer now, so maybe that would be something.
well,
that
Kathy
would...
was his power of attorney like this whole time. So
Didn't Rosie file for his medical proxy or something though?
Yeah, Rosie's writ might cover all that stuff eventually.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that yeah.
Oh, can we talk about so they want to have Max Baker at the table with them. And so earlier we were talking about the state and like that usually the person that they would have, like their Max Baker, would be the lead investigator. I thought probably Mullen, but somebody else thought Holman. And
Either of them are not a good choice, I don't
I
think.
agree. My problem is I do think that Holman would want to be the one to be able to sit there throughout and listen to all testimony by all witnesses. Whereas if he's not like the chosen one, then he can't hear what anybody else is saying. And I'm not really comfortable with that. Based on his testimony at these last group of hearings, like I think that he adopts things that other people say.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I don't think it's usually the lead investigator, but I would think that you would want something that you don't have on the team. And I
What
would
happened
think
to a
that
paralegal? Like why?
I think they're using like Harper. Oh, sorry, Susie.
that Holman is the lead investigator on this case is like beyond laughable.
Well, if you remember that, Angela, what was that thing that Liggett was doing with that other guy where he said that basically he's the only one that was working on the Delphi case?
Yeah, the debate with Mike Pinkard. He said he's the only full-time detective working on this case regularly, and that was in August
of 22.
Yep,
right before the arrest. So,
mm-hmm. And I do know that Liggett was. I mean, that's probably not a false statement. I think that Holman.
He arrested him though.
Well, exactly. Holman, I think, did the least amount of on the ground investigating, if we want to call anything they did investigating. Let's say that it was. I don't feel that Holman really did much. Like Liggett was there. Liggett probably did put 80 hours in at some point. You know what I mean? Like I'm not discounting the
Holman's a supervisor.
What?
Holman's a supervisor.
Okay.
He was a sergeant and now he's a lieutenant. He's got people under him that are doing the actual investigation. Liggett was just the chief detective. There was only one detective, right, for violent crimes.
With the
I don't know.
The sheriff's department.
Mm-hmm. For a while there was only one, but Holman was also a detective, right? Didn't he work? I mean, I don't know how it works in ISP, but like
he was doing meth detective stuff.
Yeah, he was like with like drug task force and whatever they call it. Fucking I forget. I don't know. What was the question? Oh, the debate. So yeah, Liggett was the one probably doing the most like hands-on investigation, but Holman certainly was the one that liked to be the face of the investigation. Hence, he arrested Rick. I don't necessarily. So in August, I have the date somewhere. It was like the end of August, right before they wrapped up the clam jam. I know that Liggett and another deputy, and I can say who, if I can find it, literally they were on duty, sped out of Carroll County, drove to Peru, went to the home of like one of Kagan Klein's aunts and like questioned her. Quite like however they conducted the questioning, it caused her to be like fearful. Like it was confusing, it was fearful, it was disruptive, it was like chaotic and like kind of like a desperate kind of thing that they did. And it kind of gives me the sense that maybe the team, even the core investigative team, was a little bit more disjointed than we even realized. Like, I'm not even convinced that Liggett and Holman were communicating, because remember when they changed the FBI poster in March of 22 and all of the sudden all these people are directing questions about it to Liggett and he's like, I don't know. But it said the ISP directed them to change it, but like Liggett had no idea. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even think that they were in agreement as to who did what and whose role and like the hierarchy.
Yeah, well, he came into the case later, and then and just kind of whoopsie daisied backed into the case, and then he ends up getting the same information that Liggett and Mullen had, and ends up deciding to arrest him. So by that, I mean, you're gonna have him be the arresting officer. He's gonna probably be first chair for the witness.
I think he will be, but I don't necessarily think that it'll be because he's like, I don't necessarily think it's because he's like the best choice for that in terms of like usefulness and helpfulness for the state. I think that it will be another like active preservation to protect, because Holman cannot, if witnesses are separated, like that man can't keep a story straight or tell the truth.
Well, he was a hostage. He's trained in hostage negotiation. I don't know when you're gonna give it up, when you're gonna come out of that building, but
Holman,
I'm not gonna go anywhere until you do.
You know what? If I was in a hostage, if I was holding, never mind. I'm not gonna say. I can't, Angela.
And as your attorney, do not say anything.
Yeah, we all already know what you're gonna say.
I could not see him being good at that at all. I think I think it was Kat that said that, like, he's the fixer. I mean,
Yeah, I disagree with that big time.
He looks to me like the biggest fuck up ever, and then like people have
No,
to run behind
I
him
agree
to
with
fix
Kat.
stuff.
He's the fixer.
I feel like he's the bull in the he's the breaker.
Yes,
like he's the fuck up.
I agree. I feel like this whole thing that happened with this arrest, like I truly believe, I would love, if I want to see anything, one of the biggest things I want to see is his interview of Rick in October, right when he was arrested, because it just seems to me that he was pushing and pushing and pushing, and he went in there intent on getting a confession, which, like, obviously, and when he didn't get it, he got irritated. He made his comment about him being guilty of something, and he's going to figure out what it is. And I don't know how you say that, and then you arrest someone for murder. And I think when they did that, there was a scramble to write up a PCA to justify having arrested him.
And then the whole PCA, and the part that they intentionally deleted, was page 8, that says that this whole PCA is about kidnapping, not murder. That's what their PCA says. That's the whole PCA. Not for murder. So who's the murderer?
Well, now I guess they don't care to find out. I guess now they're saying that it's him.
I'm trying to pin that. There you go.
Ooh, Rosie.
Well, if they were really saying that it was him, that they could drop the felony murder charges. Like those wouldn't be needed, and you wouldn't need the accomplice liability on any of these charges if that's what they're really saying. But that's not what they're really saying. They're not saying that he's a murderer.
What are they really saying?
They're not so far. They're not really saying anything.
There is the weirdness of like not, so they redacted, whoever is the affiant of that PCA, they like redacted the name.
Did you know
and
that?
They redacted the whole page 8, which is the signature. which would have the name of the affiant.
I mean,
Yes.
don't
But
act like
I
you knew
mean,
that.
they didn't just get rid of that. They also redact. Like they're in no world can I think of any reason why they would be redacting a police officer's name that's filling out an affidavit. So who
Correct.
did that and
Correct.
why? Like Nick had to have done it.
That's the story. That's a story. Like that's a media story. The media.
Not to the media.
I don't know what the fuck's wrong with them. Like I don't. Are they stupid? Are they complicit? Or are they colluding? Which one of these things are true? They don't care that you got fed this fake ass PCA. Like
I
the
think,
PCA doesn't just suck; it's fake. Like
yeah.
you're missing the whole last page.
I stand firm in my thinking that. So fast forward several years, the Frank's memorandum comes out, and I think that Nick panicked because I think that a lot of the accusations made against Liggett for that PCA, I think that Nick had a large hand in writing that PCA. So let's just tell a story. So Holman gets overly excited and angry that he couldn't get a confession. He arrests Rick Allen. Then he's like, oh, fuck, we have to come up. We have I think it's 72 hours they have. We have all this to get probable cause. Like, I think people don't realize that they did not get probable cause from a judge when they arrested him. It was after that. And so I think that he helped Nick write the probable cause affidavit because he did not want Rick Allen to be released if it was found that there wasn't enough probable cause to do so. And so certain things like leaving out that Sarah Carbaugh saw or changing the color of the jacket of the person that she saw, or not putting in there the type of car that Betsy Blair said she saw. I think he, if not by himself, I think he had a large influence on how those things were written in the PCA. And I think it caused a little bit of a panic when it came to those things being challenged.
I agree with that 100%. That's probably exactly what happened. Exactly what happened.
And he also would have been the one that redacted whoever's name from the PCA when he gave up the redacted version for when it was being released. I think that's also why he panicked and said that they think other people are involved and he didn't want it released because it did not a single line of it gave me the feeling that there was anything in there that would tip off another person that was involved.
There wasn't. I mean, this is the paranoia and the root cause of the paranoia is that they don't know anything.
Was that a news story?
Or whatever they know. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's weird.
Did the
whole
news
thing
write
is so
about that?
weird.
Like, I would hope that when the PCA came out that they were like, okay, so in court, which we were there and you guys were not, in court, this is what Nick said. But we're reading the PCA and we don't see anything like that or anything that even hints to it.
Right.
Been
there was also a lot of early reporting and griping about, hey, this page 8 is missing. And then over the years, like, because it's at this point now, it's been years, like, people forgot about it, which was the entire intention. They want you to forget that they even wrote a PCA for this thing. Because there's nothing in the PCA that implicates the defendant.
Yeah. And then like the safekeeping order. So then that was all done in a big rush. I also, like, he was already moved when they asked Diener to move him to IDOC.
Do we know that for sure, though, Sleuthy?
Well, remember I made that like short and it had the news article. So 2 reasons. So it had the news thing in it. There's a short. Go find it. I post basically nothing on my page, so you should be able to find it. And if you look at the safekeeping order, it says that he's being held in the Indiana Department of Corrections. So, in fact, I can get the actual words.
Well, we know that they had at least this agreement with DOC as early as the 28th of October. So it obviously would not surprise me at all if they haven't done anything else by the letter of the law. So why not? It's not like he had an attorney to stop them. So it wouldn't surprise me if they did move him ahead of time. He definitely did write his letter from White County though.
I definitely think that they often do things and then who I would consider like the fixers or the cleaner uppers have to go in and try to fix it. Just like I think he was already transferred, and that was why Diener helped Liggett to write whatever bullshit he wrote, and then just basically had him sign it. They still don't know why they moved him.
You mean from
anywhere into IDOC?
Well, why they moved him or why they said they moved him, or either?
Well, the reason that they gave for why they moved him is not a legitimate reason to have moved him and then kept him there all that time. So like they'll admit that, and I don't know why that didn't really go any further, but they've moved him, so I guess it doesn't matter anymore. But they admitted when they testified at hearings that like he did not make threats towards anybody else.
Oh, right.
He did not make threats towards himself.
Yeah.
Nobody made threat. You know what I mean? Like they heard that there was somebody on social media maybe said something.
Yeah, it was all.
But they don't have that information. Like they didn't.
Where'd it go? They didn't subpoena it?
No.
We don't even know what it was about. That's fucking ridiculous, dude.
Now I remember what I was going to do, and it was to look up that.
See what happens, Sleuthy? This is an ADHD trap. You get on here, you think you're going to do one thing, and you end up maybe doing nothing or doing something different. And then you're like, I'm going to circle back, and then you never circle back.
Or you do a funny video.
Or you do a funny video. Or a third
I'll tell you what,
hashtag ADHD trap.
It is absolutely freezing right now. My fingers are frozen.
Me too. But my face is hot. The rest of me's cold, but my face is hot.
Well, you're inside.
What's the temperature, guys? Guys, it's probably 60 degrees.
What do you know about
temperature? Not here. It's not 60 degrees here. It's currently.
I'm about to look now.
It's currently 47, and we have a freeze warning.
47, Jesus, really?
48 here.
Yeah, it's really gross.
Air quality is good though.
That's so weird.
Lana's here. She says,
I guess it's like 55 here.
So this isn't the one, but this one says
it's still.
Shut up.
What?
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
Oh, I see. You've been clapped.
You cannot clap, Beetlegoose.
What'd you say? Oh, I am.
Where'd she go?
He clapped me. 7 years of bad luck. Shame. Shame on you. What were you saying, Sleuthy?
Where the fuck is this order at?
Which one? Oh, All Eyes just linked it, but I can't click on it because StreamYard is absurd. So.
Can I?
Probably.
No. It's just no. Mm-mm. Oh no, I have the. Yeah, that's the one I need. But nope. Oh wait, maybe I can copy and paste it.
I put it in private chat for you.
This is not what I'm thinking, though.
It's okay to be wrong.
No, go to All Eyes' magic pot of filings. Go to her magic thing.
It's a tiny. Oh, maybe it's not the safekeeping. Maybe it's. Okay, it's the affidavit for his arrest. No, nope, that's not it. But it looks similar to page 8 of that. It's just like a little bit of words. It's not a lot of words. I will find this.
Yeah, I know you will. You definitely will.
I doubt it.
I'm actually 5'11". So that's true. I just look short. How tall do you think I am? I'm not asking anyone here. 5'5", you said?
Mhm.
I think you're 5'5", Sleuthy.
I am not.
No, I've met some of these people, so I guess
People
I
usually
don't
think I'm
get a
very
guess,
short
but
for some
But I was
reason.
wearing big
fair.
boots, Fiend. I was wearing big, enormous boots. You don't know.
People think I'm like a tiny, like
You're still way shorter than me.
they think I'm Richard Allen sized, and I'm not.
How tall are you?
Much taller than Richard Allen.
No, I don't think that about Sleuth at all. Yeah, I don't think that.
I'm not much taller than Richard Allen, but I'm several inches taller.
He's like, I'm 6'13" too. Susan, wait, so Barb McDonald, post-punk, wasn't it Susan Hendricks, I remember, came out?
I'm fairly certain that is
Yeah, she didn't say that. What
Susan
happened
did.
was Susan Hendricks said that she was Richard Allen was glaring at her during the trial. Well, Barb McDonald said that it was Richard Whiteside that was actually glaring at her.
That was so
But
disappointing.
yes, they did say that about him though.
Susan said that he was glaring at her like multiple times throughout the hearing, like that he kept looking back.
And the family.
Yeah,
But, like,
but, like,
yeah, and the family. But like maybe he was just looking. Like maybe he's in a box like all day and night, every single day. Like Bob often says that he looks around all the time.
that's obviously the explanation. That's obviously the explanation. I went to the March hearing and I would say the same thing. Richard Allen will glare at me multiple times. Sure. Like
Maybe
I don't know what
he
you're gonna
needs
take away
glasses.
from that. Like it doesn't.
he does need glasses.
It
'cause he wore
doesn't
them on
mean
the show.
anything. It doesn't.
Oh, 1 year ago, Ange would have been doing a mine hunter on that.
What? Get. He does need glasses, Bean, because remember the first time he had glasses that we saw was when he got out of the car in his Crocs and he had his glasses on his head, and that was when
Right.
he was
Yeah, and he was much happier. Like
Yeah.
obviously. Like
For sure.
I'm here to tell you that if
hey, a person happy to be out of prison and like into jail. Like imagine being happy to go to jail. That's that guy's reality. He's happy to go to jail because it's not prison.
He was psychotic for how many months, and he's living in sensory deprivation. So anyone who's like, he's glaring at me, like how much self-importance do you have to center yourself in something he probably didn't even fucking register, like it didn't even register.
he probably didn't even know he was
for-
staring. He never sees people.
Right.
Like,
He's looking for his wife. He's taken in it. Like, who fucking knows? So
but maybe he
I
did
mean
need
that's
glasses.
the basic thing. Like who fucking knows? Like we're not like sorry. Like I'm gonna get on my paranormal like debunking platform here. Like you don't know what other people are thinking because you're not a psychic.
I am.
You're not.
I am. I bought the
well,
the
you are,
cards.
but you are,
Told me it
but
would
nobody
work.
else is.
I like if my glasses break. Oh my god! If my glasses break, and you're like on the other side of my bedroom, I'm also glaring at you because I can't fucking see you at all.
I realized earlier this last month that I have like severe night blindness to the point where like I cannot drive when it's dark. And I realized that like halfway through a pretty long windy drive. Like I drove the whole way home like 20 and then I forgot, and then I drove home again in the dark the other day, and I realized I need to get my prescription changed. But it's like astigmatism where like I can see lights. It's just everything's a disco ball. I look at my blind spot and I just see a light, but I can't tell how far away it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely. I don't
bad.
drive at night. I mean, unless it's like an emergency, I do not drive at night. But I've noticed, like, if I'm wearing, so I have a pair of prescription Oakleys that I wear, obviously in the daytime in the sun. But I've noticed that if I keep them on, it's actually
You're a
harder.
cop.
What?
You wear Oakleys. You're a cop.
Cops wear Oakleys.
You can
might-
finish your
gonna
thoughts,
do
Lucy. I want to hear what you had to say.
I'm going to do a GoFundMe for some prescription Oakleys.
They're not that expensive. I mean, I can give you, I mean, they're more expensive. They're expensive. They're not that expensive, really. If you know your prescription, I have a website you can get them on. I get all my prescription. Like, I used to work at a eye doctor, like at an ophthalmologist. Not
Are
like
the
a eye
Oakleys
doctor.
or the Oakleys? Are they fake Oakleys?
What?
Are they fake Oakleys?
No, they're real. They're not like the thick. I mean, they're larger, but they have skinnier arms. They're not like the ones that they have those, but those are for men, really. They're the ones that have really thick
Are you
sides.
getting them off the Oakley website? Are you getting them off the Oakley website?
No. I get them off of an
Sophie, you are
place where
too
you buy
neurotypical for this conversation. We're just fucking interrupting each other and going fucking.
I'm an Oakley guy. I've had Oakleys forever, man.
When you get prescription sunglasses, though, they're much more expensive than like because you pay for whatever polarization you have, and you pay to have your prescription in the lens. And my prescription's pretty strong, so like my lenses are usually really thick. But when you get them at like the eye doctor, the optometrist or whatever, you don't know if those come from Oakley themselves.
I got my first pair of glasses at Costco. Anyone here do a Costco? I love Costco.
These
You
say
can get anything there.
Holbrook. Oakley.
I used to do a Sam. I never done Costco. I used to do a Sam's Club, but then they closed the Sam's Club by me. So
That sucks.
I don't do anything. Just
If I would have just had a heart attack, I want you to know that it's because my child took one of these fucking little plastic spiders and put it under my desk.
That's amazing. That's
I think my
hilarious.
heart just stopped.
Does he happen to be nearby? Can he do a dinosaur for us?
Girl, it is 10 o'clock. He is asleep. He's been asleep for like an hour.
What time do children go to sleep? Who fucking knows?
My child.
Children never go to sleep.
My kid does, but he doesn't. I take the remote from him at night. So I set his timer on his TV, and I take the remote, and then I have to put his pad on top of the refrigerator.
Mm-hmm.
So I started putting his remote on the very top shelf in his closet because he obviously can't get to it. If he does, I'll hear it.
Oh, like his little
like leap, huh?
Yeah, like his tablet thing.
No, that I put on top of the refrigerator. I mean,
this sounds like a
really
collusion.
Well, if he really wanted to, he could climb up on the counter and get it. But his remote to his TV, because like when it turns off, I want him to keep it off. But if he has the remote, he'll just turn it back on. And so I put it on the top shelf in his closet. And the one morning I go in to get him up for school, and the TV's on. And I'm like, I know that I set the timer on this. I do it every single night.
Yeah.
So I look on the top shelf in the closet, and the remote's still there. He went to the guest bedroom to take the remote out of that bedroom and brought it in his room because he knew that it would work.
He's
So
so
now I gotta
smart.
hide that one in the closet too.
Well, what'd you expect? He's a smarty pants.
Way too smart. Like I did not expect him to do that.
Did you hold a trial? I just want to say, like, presumption of innocence means something.
Yeah.
It was in his bed. It was in his bed, wrapped up in his sheet.
It was planted.
He's found with the murder weapon.
It could have been planted there.
Like I scared the shit out of him because I was like digging. I was like, Ryan, and I'm like digging around under him. I'm like, how did you turn this TV on? And there was the remote, and he just started laughing at me.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
funny.
Well, case closed on that one.
Trust me, I didn't think he was that devious until I found that remote.
Let's look at some memes together while we chat. Here we have a hammy. And the judge goes screaming goal. What else do we have? Oh, and this
You know who should be posting that meme?
Who?
Is the media. The local news stations should be like
Fiend,
blasting that shit.
Did that recent thread not teach you anything?
Which recent thread?
The one with Bob and them.
I mean, Bob had the best take.
He did. I mean, at least he cared. Like he was like, "Of course I care."
No, I think Bob's okay. Like
I think
it's
okay.
it's frustrating because they're not. It's a job. It's their job. They're not going to do anything about it. They're employed by a corporation. The corporation doesn't want them to do anything about it. They're not going to do anything about it.
Okay, so
that's how jobs work. That's how people work. That's how the reality works. They're not going to do anything.
Well, I've always just had rich husbands that are old and die. So like I don't know about a job, but
what a clap. What a clap.
I love that.
But like I get okay, so you're not gonna you're like, okay, well the judge has a lot of discretion. So if she says no, it just means no. But like what about the story about like there's so many things that could be written in stories about this.
What about the story? That's the whole thing. That
like,
then you make that the story. You make
correct that she's saying no just because she said so.
Well, they're not on the public side. They what I'm saying the whole thing. They have jobs. They're employed by corporations. They'll just do whatever. They'll always do whatever they're told. Like we have a systemic failure of our entire First Amendment in this country. There is nobody that's going to report unless they're independent.
Hammy, I was lying. I had one husband. He was nowhere near rich. He's still not rich. He's not great. And
poor guy.
We divorced. So I'm good. If I get married again though, it's definitely going to be somebody with a bunch of money. I'll live the dream. I'll write a blog about it. So Hammy can live vicariously through me.
Do it.
I'm going to get one of the really nice old men husbands, rich old men husbands, like the ones that just want company.
Company?
Yeah, just company. Like, and maybe like hand holding.
Nobody wants that.
Hand holding and like walks on the beach. You don't think? I saw this one old man. I don't know what show I was watching. And he was like, I just want to die having sex.
Yeah, most men. Okay. No, that's not fair.
Who was it? Did you see it too? Maybe you sent
Lord.
it.
I don't think so. What was it? What are you talking about?
I don't know. It was like this really old man and he had a bunch of money. And he's like, I'm going to die soon. And I want to die having sex.
Okay.
That's how he wants to actually physically die. He doesn't want to like have sex before he dies. He wants to die having sex.
He wants the sex to be occurring whilst he's doing a death.
He wants the sex to kill him mid-sex.
Okay.
Can we?
Yeah.
Can we change the subject?
That seems like a
he
way
did an
to live in
erasure, and
purgatory forever.
he's trying to get away with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Why, Fiend? Are you uncomfy?
Yes.
Why?
I hear talks of these things do make Fiend very uncomfortable.
You don't like to talk? Okay, that's fine. We won't force sex talk on you, Fiend, but
This
we
is
do
like
enjoy
really
it.
mild. That's actually pretty interesting. But I get it.
Yeah.
Well,
Fiend, let's unpack that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say this audience, this live chat probably enjoys more disassociating from the world and deadly staring into their Lego collection.
Yeah, or their trains. Maybe they have trains that they like to paint. You know, maybe.
I am definitely not Mormon torso.
That's funny. Fiend. I was about to ask something.
He's Jehovah's Witness.
Are you a Jehovah?
Do not fall for that.
No,
Live
but
10 more years.
I sympathize with the Jehovah's because I don't like celebrating holidays.
So you are a Mormon.
Yeah, you're a pagan autist, dude. I know it.
You're a
No,
pagan.
I'm not. I'm fucking American as they go, man. My religion is George Washington's religion.
Mormon's not a country, bro.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, what does
and
Mormonism have to do with being
people
an
think
American?
they're cool because they've got some religion. They're not. I've got George Washington's religion.
Mormons do talk a lot about sex. From Mormons,
Do
I've
they?
Mm-hmm. Well,
I
when you
don't know if I
deprive
know
someone
any
of something,
Mormons.
you know, you deprive someone of, and no, this is not. Maybe I'll just won't.
That's
But
actually completely true.
when you deprive someone,
I don't think so.
Even from like high school, like that's completely true. I went to high school with some Mormons.
I mean, I think you would talk about it a lot if you like abstain from it, but I also think if you don't abstain from it, you probably could also be comfortable freely talking about it too.
Mhm.
But if you aren't doing it, then I would imagine it's probably everything that you talk about, like a teenage boy, like he just said in school.
Yeah,
I didn't talk about it. Don't misrepresent that. That's not me. That's people talk. That's other people talking. I didn't talk about shit.
It's like the telltale sign. You know, some people will understand, but you know how like boys talk?
No.
No, I don't know.
I mean,
I was thinking of a way.
Yes, but I run away from all that stuff.
How do they
there's,
talk?
There's a particular demeanor and way that like virgins talk. Did you?
Sleuthy low-key call me a virgin right now.
No. Oh no. I'm thinking of a very particular like there. I hope somebody knows what I'm talking about. There's like boys act different when they're not virgins anymore, and like it's pretty across the board, like the weirdness.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know anything about all that stuff. Like, how many people are still virgins? Like, is that reality?
I mean, I am still a virgin. I'm waiting for the old man.
You said you're still a virgin?
Yeah.
Oh, good job.
Thanks. You ever heard of the Immaculate Conception?
Yeah, I'm a hardcore Christian dude.
Are you really, Fiend?
Yeah, I am real. Actually, like, that's what I am. Like, I follow the religion of George Washington.
Nice.
All Eyes knows. She knows. She must be the only person. Everybody watches porn, and anybody that says they don't is lying.
What's that, Sleuthy?
What?
Sleuthy, I do not think that is true at all.
It is true.
It is not.
Absolutely true. Maybe not all the time, but
no, all people. No, stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Well,
some people are like asexual, or some. Yeah, some people are like asexual, or some people just like for whatever reason, whether it's like trauma or just like not. But to say that most, if not all, people have or do watch porn is probably a relatively fair statement.
Some people watch porn of like things that they wouldn't do or
Yeah.
don't do, like because it's just what it is, like,
Yeah.
and you don't have to actually do it.
Yeah, it's like an outlet. It's like a for
See,
sure.
Rosie knows.
Yeah. That's
Stop
okay.
lying.
Peacekeeper.
You're lying. You're a liar.
That's totally fine. We
No judgment whatsoever.
zero. If that wasn't clear, we don't do a whole lot of that here. We do judge you if you are doing a warrantless bing bong, though. We will judge you for a warrantless bing bong. Yeah,
I believe that.
that's amazing.
Hi, Lana. My mom brought me this fucking enormous jar of green olives. For what reason? Like, I have no. When I say enormous, wait a minute. Hold on. How big is this? This is 44 ounces of olives.
That's so many olives.
Why?
I don't know.
It's like the size of a milk jug.
Olives are awesome. Like I'm an olive fan.
I mean,
Are
I
they
love
pitted?
them too, but like I'm not eating
I'm a big olive guy.
green ones.
How big
Yep.
of an olive guy are you, Fiend? Are you like
Green, black, Kalamata, all of them.
Yeah, I do too.
All.
Not
all.
enough.
I love olives. I love olives.
It's the size of a milk jug.
That's called winning.
Well, I can ship them to you because like I would personally never come to Indiana. But the seal is still on, so when you open it, it'll do that pop thing.
Dude, I just went to Delphi and then like I got hit with like that wave of like, what the fuck am I doing here?
Yeah.
And then while I was leaving, Country Road, Carroll County Sheriff driving right past me.
Oh no.
Like, yep. Yeah, I'm not going back. I'm not going back.
Yeah.
Done.
Thank God you didn't get pulled over, Fiend. And you didn't. Did you even tell anybody you were going? You cannot do that.
Oh, Sleepy. I have my own underground network, so it's fine.
Oh, good. As long as you share your location, because you know they'll snatch you up and take you to Westville.
I would always share my location.
I just shared my location like with somebody that I've been friends with for literally probably 4 years now. Like even my best friend, I don't share my location with her. She knows where I live. She was just here.
Mm-hmm.
My mom, like when we're driving up to see her, she'll be like, share my location, share your location with me so I know where you are. And I always put it on like until the end of the day. Like I have no desire for you to know where I'm at any other time. It's probably not smart.
Funny story. My sister shares location with, which is precisely probably why it's not wise to do it indefinitely, but she shares location with me and our mother. And she was like, I don't know where she was. Fucking like, oh God, now I can't remember. It doesn't matter. She was out in California somewhere with no service. And so for whatever reason, her phone all of a sudden started showing her location in like this random little town in England. And my mom called me and I was like at like an event with like people. My mom called me like 6 times. So I called her back and I was like, Mom. And she was like, why is your sister in England? And I was like, huh? She's like, your sister's in England. And I was like, okay. So did she tell you she was going to England? And I was like, no. But like we couldn't get in touch with her because she didn't have service in California. So for like 24 to 48 hours, there was like a mild panic because we were like, her phone is showing that she's in England, but she hasn't accessed it or like turned it on in like 24 hours. Anyway, then then all of a sudden her location comes back and she's like at the same spot in California that she was like 24 hours earlier. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? And apparently, like, because clearly she wasn't in England. She never left where she was. But like when her phone had well, she wouldn't have had time. I don't think it was even long enough. But well, either she made a really quick trip and she's a secret agent, or she said that there's something with like I don't know.
That's weird.
I know.
I don't know, like, I don't know. I don't take Lyft or anything like that. So I don't know if anybody here does and knows this already, but my friend was dating people from, I guess, whatever that app is. I can't even remember but she was meeting people and like going on dates. And when she started doing that, she shared,
Tinder,
huh?
Tinder.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Um,
you didn't know Tinder?
no, I mean I do now that you said it, but I couldn't remember the name. But so she was doing that, and she would share her location with me. But then she was taking like a Lyft to and from these dates. And it has some kind of thing on it where you can share your Lyft stuff with somebody else. So like whenever she would get a Lyft, it would send me the information. And she stopped dating because I think maybe she got back with her ex. And uh we totally forgot that she was doing that. Well, one day out of the blue, I get a message. Like she would normally say, okay, I'm going on a date at such and such a time. And then I would get the notification, no big deal. She didn't say a word about it. And I got a message saying that the Lyft was picking her up or just picked her up. And it had like the guy's face and the car that he was in. And I was like, what the fuck is this? She didn't tell me she was going on a date. So I called her and she didn't answer. And as I was about to call the police to say that she had been kidnapped by some man, she called me back and they were laughing. She's like,
I
oh,
think
we called a Lyft for my birthday. We're going out for my birthday and we're taking the Lyft to the bar or whatever. And I was like, you have no idea. You were about to be on milk cartons.
I think
I was
maybe
already,
yeah. No, I was gonna say I think maybe we are like a little too true crimed out. We need to like, chill the fuck out.
Maybe like I gave her one, like I called the one time and I didn't get an answer and that was it for me. Like I've seen
Yeah.
this, I've seen this before.
Right. Have you ever dated a cop, Sleuthy?
No, not a cop.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know why I wanted to know that. I just felt like knowing that.
Have you?
No, I've never.
Would you?
Well, okay. No.
Oh well,
No.
okay.
It depends
well,
what
okay.
kind of
well,
cop
okay.
it is.
No, just no, not even that.
Yeah, you got Sleuthy with like. Oh, never mind.
What? Say it.
Would I ever date a cop? No. Have I slept with a cop? Sure. I would never.
Oh, great.
Don't call. Yeah, I agree with this. Well, that's not. You know what? I'm not.
Don't
gonna
talk to
generalize.
or date them. For me, it would really depend on like where. So like, my uncle was a cop in Philly. Would I date a Philly cop? No, I would not. But like a place that has no crime, really, maybe. Yeah. But then again, like where I lived before I moved here was the middle of nowhere, and there was no crime. And my ex-husband's grandfather, before he died, was actually the sheriff, and like I know way too many things about like stuff that, like there was no crime, but there was other crimes that like was happening, and I have no desire to be a part of any of that either. So I don't really know. I probably would just stay away from cops unless they're very rich.
Well, the rich cops are the most corrupt cops, so like, yeah, that's who we should gravitate to.
Well, I'm getting old, Fiend. I have a birthday coming up.
Happy birthday.
So I feel like I'm
29. Oh, so sorry.
29,
So sorry.
That's like super sweet, but no. I told you guys the other day I'm getting ready to be 73.
You look great.
Thanks.
Bean, are you really 55?
Rude. No, I am not 55. Jesus Christ.
Good for you, Missy. Would your husband be okay with that? Some would.
Yeah, for sure. Let's
Lana.
see.
No, I'm not going to be 73. I do have a birthday coming up, though, but I don't know how old I'm going to be. I lost track when I turned 27.
I have a hard time remembering my exact age. I often get it wrong.
I was born in 89.
It's a good year.
Yeah, the last like couple weeks of 89 of 89. I was alive.
Nice.
DB, stop it.
Born on an odd year is hard to keep track of once you get up there.
Born on an odd year is hard. Wait, born on an odd year is hard to keep track of. That's
Yeah.
every other year.
Right.
I mean, I can count. I just don't care to. Like I was saying,
I'm born on an even year.
I thought I was getting ready to be 37. My mom was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I was like on the phone with somebody, and she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And she's just like, "You're not about to be 37. What is wrong with you?"
How old were you supposed? No, you don't have to answer that. You just got your age wrong.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I forget it often.
39 instead of 37?
I'll be 35.
You wouldn't forget that. Oh, 35. Okay.
35 is good.
I'm about
to. Yeah. You're Sleuthy should not be complaining.
Why? Why should Sleuthy not be allowed to complain?
Oh,
Why?
she's complaining 37 might be like off by 2 years.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's not 39, it's 35. Okay. Cool. Cool.
Whippersnapper.
Cool.
Yeah, 35 in December. See, Tammy, did you bust out your calculator? Because I also did. I'll forget shortly after this conversation.
Before a new decade started. So for 51 weeks of the year, the last digit is always the same as the. See, yeah, I do something similar, except probably not. Well, never mind. I'm not. Never. Do you ever like try and explain like an internal process of like how you like come like do math, and when you start to explain it to someone, you realize that you sound insane because it make it.
No, what I realize is that like sometimes I explain like reality world and like how you feel like when you're like Generation X.
I don't even know that.
Passing through all these time zones. And you don't even know how bad it's going to be.
I have to say, though, like, my ex-husband is also 35. And he complains nonstop, like, about how old he is. Like, he acts like his body is failing. He acts like he is a brittle, old man of, like, 70. He'll have, like, he's rolling.
Yeah, well, so this is a good thing. Sleuthy, you're very sturdy. That's a good thing.
He puts like Voltaren gel on his back.
I would venture to say that the broader reality is like every 35 failing.
I don't feel like I'm old and falling apart, but like guys,
yeah, that's good. That's
okay,
good. That's what I'm saying. That's so good. Like you're winning. You were winning.
So
like,
okay,
get it.
No, I'm saying like I feel like a man at 35 is like like just
I'm having like a fucking
man. Like I feel like he should be full of piss and vinegar. Like to be putting on fucking lidocaine patches everywhere and Voltaren gel he's rubbing in smells like, I just 35 is young. Listen, my grandpa lived to be like 96 when he died. And like the older he got, the more old got to me. And he was 80 years old walking around the town that he lived in, like all the time. Like, and he had beat cancer. He was diabetic. Like he was very healthy. Amy, 20s and her body's falling apart. Stop it. That's not good. You should like see a doctor. I just feel like it's so young. Like if your body's falling apart at 35, like what's gonna happen when you're like he's so hateful. I don't know who he thinks gonna take care of him when he's 50 and can't move. Sorry. Were we talking about the timeline? I printed your thing you sent me.
The timeline is about survival. And that's applicable to all of us. You hold out.
You're on mute.
As long as you can.
I'm so sorry. What you were like mouthing did seem really interesting. I'm
It was
sorry.
really funny. I'm not gonna repeat it though.
Oh,
Probably for the best.
It's probably so funny.
Her body is in shambles. Stop it. Did Fiend do drugs today? Fiend, did you do drugs today?
I don't do drugs any day. I'm like fucking straight edge as fuck, man.
I've been drug free for some time, so we can't blame anything on that.
I've never did a drug.
Never?
I've never did a drug. I've never did a drug. I've never done a sex.
Never?
I've never done a class.
Okay. Well, now we got absurd, so.
Well, what do we think? 5 hours, 25 minutes.
Oh my god, have you been live for 5 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're going until the trial starts. That's the whole fucking thing. That's the whole fucking thing. We're going to the trial starts.
Are we gonna do like 8-hour lives?
Yeah, probably.
Might as well.
I don't know. I think that there's gonna be a reality check Monday.
How so?
It's gonna be a shit show. That's the reality check. It's gonna be a shit show. You know what about this trial? It's not gonna be open to the public. That's
You know what I think?
That's the start of the story and the end of the story. It's not open to the public. Fuck you. You don't get to hear about this story. This trial is closed.
I think that the defense is going to bring in things that were not expected. Like at one point I was like, because Angela was like, why aren't they saying like A, B, C, D? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I think at this point they've kind of figured out that like any and everything that they have is strategy. Like they should just not mention it anymore. And I think there's not going to be a chance for preparation for certain arguments. And I would like to have been able to witness that, but maybe they'll report on it. Maybe they won't.
Yeah.
If they do, it might be well and it might not be.
I can't feel.
I mean, we need to. Everybody should like very much prepare themselves. That
for what?
The media reporting is going to need to be beyond lackluster.
I really don't want to. Like
they're going to be like, oh, ABC happened today. Done. You get 2 minutes.
I think it's going to be so bad and wrong, and I just don't even want to know.
I mean, it is bad and wrong. That's the whole thing. It's bad and wrong, but that's what it's going to be. And
I don't think I can follow it.
The media is complicit with this. They're like, okay, this is what we get. We'll just eat up the scraps.
I don't think I can do it. I don't think
they're gonna say like two things. We're gonna have randos in there every day. Like most of the time, it's not gonna be like even anybody that you would ever want to like consume. So like half the days you're gonna end up listening to lies. I don't know. It's gonna be it's a ridiculous situation where you're gonna get people like fighting over being there early enough, and like, who are the crazy people? Who are the crazy people? Who are the crazy people that are going to get there early enough to just sit in there and then also just not report what has actually said and just say insane things? That's the craziest people. So they're going to do that.
Well, we know Bob prefers to look around.
Well, Bob ain't gonna wait before all the crazy people. He needs to have
Bob's gonna wait in line.
he has a he needs to have a reserve seat.
Oh well, hopefully. If not, I'm curious who all is not going to make it in. That's what I'm curious about. I think that was
All the people that don't make it in need to fucking cause a ruckus, dude. That's what I say to the people. If you don't make it in, cause a ruckus. Like, call this shit out. Live stream it. Do whatever you gotta do. Go or your media stations. Like that's what the reality world is. You're gonna have people dealing with their media stations. Like, tell the people that this is not being public. This is the biggest story in Indiana history. Period.
like
This is the
professional
biggest case
football.
in Indiana history. Period. Like, do
Professional football team.
not like just throw it in the trash can.
They had professional NFL football players like on the TV talking about this, putting money into a reward, but like we're not even gonna broadcast audio of the
Yeah,
trial.
Pat McAfee's shit, dude. Pat McAfee's a fucking local hero.
Like, what if he says something? Maybe he should say so. Should we start tweeting at him?
Maybe. Yeah. No, Pat McAfee's fucking awesome, dude. Like, he might. Well, you've got good thoughts. I like you, Sloopy. Like, yes, Pat McAfee might be on our team here because it's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And who has a base? Pat McAfee
Mm-hmm.
fucking has a base.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I don't think she ruled on that, did she? Where the media asked to see the exhibits.
Didn't she say? Oh, you mean they're like the one they just filed?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
So it's not a no yet.
Well, it's not a no, but it's a if she ignores it, it might as well be. Yeah.
I saw people saying that and these are like other judges because I was watching something about cameras in the courtroom. It was on a Facebook page, I guess, of the people that were doing that thing that she participated in when they started trying with the cameras in the courtroom. And she was talking to two judges, and they said that probably the exhibits and stuff, and this is not this case, this is just generally, that the media, basically they were encouraging everybody to, all the other judges, to let cameras in, but that other things like the exhibits and whatnot would likely not be available until after the trial. So unless there was a $75,000 podium that showed the entire courtroom, such exhibits, except for obviously the ones that are like confidential and shouldn't be shown, then they would have to wait till after the trial for the exhibits. But like with Karen Reed, I got a lot of those exhibits before the trial was even over. Like the clerk, I'm pretty sure it was the clerk, or who's the person that sits like up there with the judge that is it the clerk? No.
The court reporter or like
The court reporter that's
yeah.
who takes the exhibits, right? I'm pretty sure. But they were like, technically the exhibits are property of the jury. And if they're, I don't know, whatever. I wish someone would corner her and just ask her for just one reason why she's not having cameras or just audio of this trial, and see if she has an answer.
What do you guys think? Is it time to Irish goodbye? Is it bedtime?
Sure.
What do you think? Okay. Well, I'm not going to say goodbye because then it's not an Irish goodbye.
Go watch porn.
Okay. Let's all go do that. Love you. Bye.